Too much, back up. Beep, beep, beep. Okay. You have landed here for another ASMR Sunday. Welcome. I will do my best for this thematic Sangha to be absolutely relaxing, validating, affirming as much as I can. Hello, dear Chloe. You are amongst the first here. Hello, dear Magdalene and Dee. Welcome, Pinball, Infinity, and dear John. Hello. We are starting our Sangha today, about to dive into Shravana, which is the part of the Sangha dedicated to listening, and I'll be listening with you as we read from another section of our book in just a few moments. Not before we welcome our first guests. Thank you for sharing the live, dear Magdalene. Radhe, Radhe. Welcome, dear Billy. Welcome, dear Driven, Matthew, Alyssa, John Becker. Hello, Landon. Hello, Stacy. You're early for once, dear Billy. Yes, and thank you, Fiddle Leaf, for your sharing of the live. Chloe, you're having trouble sleeping? That's quite alright. Well, hopefully this ASMR edition, well, ASMR themed Sangha will hopefully help. Hello, Ragnhildur. Om Sahana Vavatu Sahana Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Garva Vahai Tejasvina Vadhitamastu Ma Vidvisha Vahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. May the Divine protect us both together. May the Divine nourish us both together. May our study be vigorous and effective. May we not mutually dispute or hate any. May there be peace in us. May there be peace in our environment, and may there be peace in the forces that act on us. I did see that Magdalene shared it and then Billy joined. That was very nice. Very wholesome. Yeah, I don't understand how this app delivers its notifications either. But glad to have you all here. I hope you are feeling as well as you can be in this moment. If you don't feel like that's true for you, that's okay too. Sky Guardian is here. Hello, my friend. I'm glad it's not too late for you. And if anyone does want to share how they are feeling, please know that you're welcome to do so in this space if you feel comfortable. I do like to know what kind of things to hold space for. Hello, dear Risi, and thank you for liking the live. We are about to do some reading from this book, Moksha, Liberation, A Woman's Journey to Self-Discovery and Freedom from Suffering. Afterwards, we'll have a big, nice Q&A session to discuss anything on our hearts, which is called Manana in Sanskrit. I'm very happy to hear that, dear Fiddle Leaf. Hello, Mo. And thank you, Fiddle Leaf, for the pair of roses you sent. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Valentina, for your heart me and rose. Oh, I hear my ear ringing. Some people say that means something, like you're getting an incoming download, like back when they had dial-up internet, and your computer would make all these whirring and buzzing sounds before you downloaded anything. I wonder if any of you are old enough to remember that. I only know that through my parents and through hearing videos of it online. I'm not old enough for that. Thank you, Valentina, for your finger hearts. Hare Krishna. You remember that, dear Fiddle Leaf? Thank you, dear Karen. Yeah, I did have a good day today. I'm a little late. My parents invited me out to dinner, which is very generous of them, and I agreed. So I'm here now. Thank you for liking the live, AP. I think I've heard someone say that when your earrings, there's a connection in your brain that was just severed. I don't know the truth of that. I don't like the sound of that. No pun intended. But I want all my neurons connected. Thank you very much. And thank you for sharing the live, dear Alexis. Hello, dear Crossfires. Now let's see where we left off. Oh, thank you, Oscar. We left off in the middle of the 5th chapter of this book, and our protagonist was being taught by what is essentially a guru. Although she hasn't formally declared herself a student or anything like that, she's learning about the secrets of immortality from a being that goes by the name of Siddh, who is an incarnation of Shiva. And she is secretly Shiva's partner, but incarnating in this cycle as an American woman who has forgotten her true self. And she is learning about herself in the Mandukya Upanishad, the sacred text they're learning about together, or learning from together. They got to the point that this world is, from a very high level, unreal. From from the standpoint of worldly life, it's very real. There's no doubt about that. But from the standpoint of the absolute, it is not. So let's dive into what that entails. So our protagonist, I'll speak in the first person for her. This world is unreal, I said. Sid challenged me. On what basis have you concluded that this world is unreal? It's what's said. It's what you said. Sid, waving an arm around that seemed to include plants, trees, rivers, sky. Does all this appear unreal to you? All are clearly very real. You can see, feel, and touch. I said, that's unfair. That's what you just said. Sid replied, even the greatest teacher cannot reason and understand for you. You have to do that yourself. Now, ask the right question. I said, what is all this that I see, touch, feel? Is this real? Sid replied, the definition of what is really real is that which undergoes no change. Then all of this is false, I replied. Not that simple, Sid said. Shankara provides an explanation. You can immediately accept that there are at least two realities. One, a completely false reality, tucham, like the horn of a hare or a square circle. The other is the world you experience, that you feel, taste, touch, see, that changes every moment, that comes and goes. This reality is neither real nor false. This is a secondary reality, a dependent reality termed mithya. In order to boil water over a fire, the vessel must borrow heat from the fire. It has no heat of its own. Similarly, this world of names and forms borrows its existence from Brahman. I cut him off. Exactly, Sid said. Brahman is the substratum where the universe of names and forms appears. He pointed to a sturdy clay pot with its bougainvillea vine. Oh my goodness. Another book that takes place in Rishikesh that mentions this vine that I still don't know how to pronounce. I really got to do my homework. This must be a very common plant in Rishikesh. Anyway, he pointed to a sturdy clay pot with its bougainvillea, or bougen, I don't know if it's a soft G, covered entirely with red blossoms. How do you spell that plant? Bougainvillea. Sid continued. Take that clay pot. It has a shape, a form, a color, a purpose. But its substratum is clay. Take 1,000 pots, some tall, some round, and so on. Each pot thinks it is unique, special, different from all other pots. In fact, all pots are clay. Does the concept of pot add anything to the clay? Does it add any weight? Does it change the clay? No. Just as the pot that clings to its potness, you cling to that limited person, confined to a particular body and mind, to a particular lowercase I-ness, small I. Thank you, 27202. If I understand you, I replied, in order to discover what you insist is my true self, as compared to my current small-minded, ignorant self, I must pursue and finally attain that absolute reality you term Brahman. Sid replied, Brahman is not a goal to be attained or a destination to be reached. Brahman is that eternal you, capital Y, within you and all around you at all times. Your ignorance forces you into seeing this isolated, separate, egotistical and fearful creature as who you are. You wear a blindfold, so to speak. Sid replied, imagine that you are in a dimly lit alley. You see a sinuous shape and jump to the conclusion that it is a snake. You panic and run to get help. You come back with a flashlight and a stick, only to discover that what you feared was that the snake was actually only a rope. Where did that snake come from? How did it disappear? That's a good question, Saeed. We can talk about that after I finish reading. But this space is open to everyone, especially yourself. So, where did that snake come from? How did it disappear? My vivid imagination, I suppose. Sid replied, but you've had no time at all to imagine or speculate. The appearance of that snake in the rope is instantaneous. Let's analyze that. First, there is a partial concealment. If the alley had been completely dark, you would have seen nothing. In the dim light, there is something there, and your mind projects a snake, and you become frightened. The flashlight you bring back makes the snake disappear, and the rope is revealed. The rope did not create the snake, nor did it make it disappear. The rope does nothing. The rope is always present. Similarly, the universe is as unreal as the snake if considered on its own. Only when it is seen as a manifestation of that supreme reality, Brahman, does it become real. I replied, if it's a simple matter of lifting a blindfold to uncover what is already there, why all this effort? Why the teaching, praying, meditation? What use are the scriptures? Sid answered, the effort can be compared to the steps you take after you see the snake. You run off to find a flashlight and a stick to kill it. In taking this action, you might trip over something, fall down, even do yourself in. The flashlight plays the role of the scriptures, the teachings, and the teacher. The flashlight does not produce the rope, it can only reveal the rope that was already there. I asked, do I see the rope and presto, I become enlightened? He looked away, then spoke so softly I had to strain to hear him. You don't become enlightened, Sid replied. You are enlightened. Enlightenment is not a prize to be won, because if that were the case, there would be a time when there was no enlightenment. Then enlightenment takes place, followed by a time when it will disappear again. Enlightenment is eternal, always presence. Upon enlightenment, you get what you already have, and what was never there goes away. Hi, Jen. Discovering this truth is a homecoming. What do? I asked. You listen, Sid replied. That evening, I begged off dinner to take in some sightseeing with Jatayu. Sid seemed amused by the idea, said he could not join us, but recommended a stop at the sunset worship of the Ganga, a spectacle not to be missed. Sunset would not occur until 8 p.m., but we set off early to get a good view. Jatayu snaked the SUV through narrow streets until we came to a pebbly clearing along the river. Loudspeakers blasted religious songs at full volume, and priests armed with tiered brass lamps lit with numerous wicks competed with each other to contract for pujas, worship guaranteed to fulfill innermost yearnings. We removed our sandals and stepped into frothy waves that bobbed with cigarette butts and dead flowers. Great-grandmothers to babies were in their finest, and the usual complement of loiterers and deadbeats hung about. Foreigners, here for yoga instruction, cliff diving, and whitewater rafting, were as rapt as the devotees. For where in the universe could they find such an unreserved adoration of a river? A young girl tugged at my skirt and displayed her wares of marigolds encased in palm leaf boats. I handed her a few notes, and she lit a piece of camphor. I set the little boats afloat. The little girl looked up at me and nodded to the river. I placed my palms together and bent my head. Well before dawn the next morning, I was awakened by a sonorous chanting of prayers from the temples and ashrams that lined the river bank. I pulled on jeans and a t-shirt and stood out on the dark terrace. The boy from the dining hall approached with a lantern slung around an arm and clutching a glass of tea and a plate of biscuits. "Special Himalayan biscuits, madame," he said. I stepped down to the river, tea and plate of biscuits in hand, and sat on a concrete step. Accompanied by the murmur of the river and the distant prayers, I ate and drank and thought of my mother, how she hardly had a presence in my life, how I, her only child, had distanced myself from her. I had not been with her when she died 3 years ago. I could not be reached. The following year my father had died, and this time I could be reached, but I was ill with dengue fever and could not travel. Tears streamed down my face and I sobbed convulsively, making soft mewing sounds. I begged the river to forgive me, to make me whole. I asked for kindness and mercy. I asked for a mother's love. But the river merrily gurgled past unheeding. What anguish and tragedy had she, Mata Ganga, not seen or heard over the centuries? Thank you for listening. That is the end of the 5th chapter of the 2nd part. We will continue in our dear protagonist's uncovering of her true self as the Divine Mother, Spirit of the Universe, next time. Hello, dear Loopy Lane. You're very welcome, dear Jan. Oh, that's very kind of you, dear Fiddle Leaf Fig. No one is ever expected to tap the screen, but if you do want to, I know it helps push the live stream to a wider audience. I am happy to be with all of you, just as you are, but if you do want to include others, that is an option you have indirectly. And thanks to everyone who sent a gift while we were reading too, and for your patience in me getting back to you. Such as dear Davis, thank you for your team bracelet and heart me. Om Namah Shivaya. My dinner was very nice, dear G. I had a nice Impossible burger. But let me tell you, it clearly was possible. They did it. They made the burger. And a salad. Originally I wanted to get the Pirate Pack, which is White Spot's equivalent of a Happy Meal at McDonald's, and I was too old. The guy said, "I'm sorry, you have to be younger than 13. I didn't know that." He said, "How old are you?" I said, 23. But he was really kind in that he went to the kitchen and he got me some gold coins, chocolate gold coin, which is what the Pirate Pack came with. So he took pity on me. Even though I wasn't able to secure the Pirate Pack, I was able to secure the gold. I love people. Sometimes. Thank you, dear Jen, for the rose you sent as well. Hrim Shivaya. I thought you'd appreciate that story. And dear Eddie, thank you for your heart me too. Ram Ram. Greg RG, you asked, did it seem impossible when I ate it though? Well, it was quite a remarkable experience that certainly pushes the boundaries for what I perhaps thought was once impossible. And thank you, dear maid Jartai Handa, for your team bracelet and heart me. Kringalikaye Namaha. Let's transition now to our manana scene. Welcome, dear Ingrid. Thank you. Oh, that's funny, dear Greg RG. Crown Prince, welcome. Base, the final frontier. Namaskaram, dear, the only S. Morgan Bhakta. Devi Dasi, thank you for your fast burst and heart me and tiny yippee and a friendship necklace. Hare Krishna. Guy Garden, you share. There's two parts of your comment, or a couple parts. Tapping the screen reminds you of the MOBA life. MOBA. Never-ending struggle. Every live it resets to only have to tap again. Starts from zero, you cannot take it. It's not that you don't want to tap, it's just the never-ending cycle that drives you crazy. But you do feel bad for not tapping. Don't feel bad. It's not necessary. Yeah, if only it was like Cookie Clicker, that you could save your progress and come back and it'd all still be there. I feel the same way about food sometimes. You know, I wish I could just eat food and then that's enough until I need to grow some more, maybe. You know, that you just eat before the next growth spurt, but that's it. That, I have to eat again? Come on. Sometimes, not all the time. But I do feel disappointed that all the wonderful food that I put in my body, I have to put it back in? You telling me it just comes back out eventually? And I have to restart that process? That's right, Jen. We need grandma's click factories. You think I just ruined food for you now? Oh no. No, fortunately Fiddle Leaf has the solution, which is that you love that the divine creator made food taste good. Yeah. And you get to experience the wonderful taste of your favorite meal another time. You always get another chance to experience that joy every time you eat. Thank you, dear Madeline, for your liking of the live. And dear Jan, thank you for your heart me and 10 team bracelets. What's the most amount of bracelets you ever wore at once? I think my mother's probably more than 10. Ram Ram. And Waterwind, thank you for your heart meat, team bracelet, team cheers, and marvelous confetti. Shri Mahalakshmiyai Namaha. The only yes you share that you have a question, but you're not sure that I can answer this one. 23. That's an answer. It might not be the answer, but it's an answer. It's like if anyone says you can, if you're quick at math, you can do quick maths. You can just say, yeah. Someone asks you what's 42 divided by 26. You can say 11. They'll say that is not the correct answer. And you can say, no, but it was fast. Thank you, dear Waterwind, for your heart me. Team bracelet, team cheers, and marvelous confetti. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. Grand Prince U, you ask, what is my favorite texture? I like a good meal that has a crunch to it. It's got a crunch factor. That if I'm eating a meal that isn't crunchy, I feel like it's missing crunch. So if I'm eating a burger, you know, I would love to add maybe chips on it, or crisps, as you say in the UK. I've even put goldfish crackers on a burger once to give it that crunch factor. Or if you toast the buns. Much love, dear Patrick. Thank you, Carmine. Or Carmen. Johnny, you asked, did I know roller coasters were invented to keep people out of brothels? That's hilarious. Oh, I love that. I've never heard that before. That's funny, Fiddle Leaf. It reminds you of a Stephen Wright joke where the cop pulls him over for going more than 55 an hour. And he says he wasn't intending to be out that long. That's great. Let's shave, you ask. What's my sign? Positive. Plus sign. Yeah, it's either that or negative. Minus sign. I'm a big plus sign. Hello, not important. Or, you're very important. We have to rename your username. Most important. The only yes you ask, how did you get a full-grown beard? You're trying to have a full-grown beard. That's the question I can't answer? I was expecting a philosophical inquiry so terse that we'd have to get all the greatest minds in history to come together. No, that wasn't it. Unfortunately, I've got my facial hair is built like the stereotypical Redditor. Out of my neck comes most of my hair and my sideburns. What you can do is you can get something called a Wartenberg wheel. I have one somewhere. Wartenberg wheel is this device that almost looks like a torture implement, and it has all these spikes on it, and you roll it like a paint roller, but instead of foam, it spikes, and it feels really good. Stimulates your hair follicles, exfoliates. And thank you, Waterwind, for another 6 roses. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Goatman, you always say your blood type is B positive. I like that. Yeah, it's like the joke that I've already spoiled the punchline. You know, my friend, he was a great man. Even in his dying moments, as he was bleeding out and the doctors were coming to give him more, he kept saying, be positive, be positive, be positive. Last thing he said. Dear Most Important, you share your username as a joke to your older self. You're in a healing path, actually. I'm happy to hear that. Crown Prince, you share, speaking of the name Most Important, it reminds you of... Sorry, I scrolled away. A mug you're drinking from that says, you're my favorite. I like that. It's a mug that tells you what to say to it, but also it just feels like it's saying it to you. You're my favorite. Some people have a favorite mug. Your mug has a favorite person, and that's you. Hashtag you asked, if I could live for 200 years while remaining youthful and healthy, would I say yes? That's a good question. I like how you value youth and happiness. I think as long as we fully embody our youth, even in old age. You know, some elderly people, they're so youthful. You know, I'd like to be like that. They still have that childlike spirit. I am grateful for this moment. This moment doesn't have to be. I'm grateful for that. If I live till tomorrow, I'd be grateful for that. I'd be very grateful to live 200 years with youth and happiness. Yeah. But the idea of living so long doesn't take gratitude away from this moment, which isn't a given. I like the way you put that, the maniac Mitch. Youth is a state of mind. I like that. And thank you, Kaisar Tachak, for your subscription. I look forward to having our paths continue to cross and learn from each other. Ram Ram. Aaron, you share. It's so mysterious not wanting to share my zodiac sign. May you ask why? Oh, I don't mind. I'm just having fun with it. I'm playing coy. It is like the color of one's skin. That we can acknowledge the difference, but ultimately, are we going to put each other in a category based on it? Are we going to see them only through the lens of what is designated by birth? Or can we see past that? Can we see past the color of our skin? Can we see past our nationality? Can we see past all these things that we didn't choose in this life? A human being is so much more than that. But if you must know, my sun sign in Western astrology is a Libra. But if you follow the precession of the ecliptic, then actually, I would actually be a Virgo in Eastern, or the equivalent of a Virgo in Eastern astrology. Thank you, the Maniac Mitch, for your Heart Me and Trio of Fires. Om Brahm Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. And dear Angela, thank you for your Heart Me. Om Brahm Hanumate Namaha. Okay, the only asked the question that you don't know if I can help with is, there was certain negative things that bugged you for a couple of years. How can you get rid of them? You want to sleep peacefully. It's a very noble question. Sleep is very important, and you definitely deserve rest. They say no rest for the wicked, but I think, my goodness, if the wicked have any chance at getting better, they're going to need as much rest as they can get. Even if you've done something, people say, I don't know how you sleep at night. Well, if you are going to change your character, even villains need to start with getting enough rest so they can have the energy to work on themselves during the day. This is all to say that I don't know what's keeping you up, but no matter what it is, you deserve rest. But that's a vulnerable thing. I don't know what's keeping you up, but no matter what it is, you deserve rest. But that's a vulnerable thing. I have to wait until my connection returned. Do let me know when this connection has returned. We're back. Okay, good to know. Thank you. But yeah, as I was saying, sleep is a very vulnerable thing. So it makes sense that we have all these evolutionary remnants where we're not going to sleep if we feel like there's a tiger in the bushes. It's just that instead of an actual tiger in the bush, it's whether or not our friends are doing things behind our backs, whether or not we'll be able to pay our bill next month, or if there'll be food on our plate tomorrow, or if we'll get a good grade on our test, etc. That the same survival mechanism that was used to protect us from the elements and predators is now being projected onto what is, in comparison, much minor threats, but our system doesn't feel like they're minor. The same system that keeps you awake in case a tiger jumps out of the bushes is the same system that keeps a child from going to sleep because they think there's a monster under the bed or whatever. So you have to feel like you are allowed to fall asleep. The only S you share. For you, by things, you mean entities, not thoughts. Remember, one soul. Same soul in me as the soul in you. One being. It's all the same. If you can see yourself in everything around you, there are no entities separate from you. They become a part of you just like everything else. Make friends. Positivity isn't what opposes negativity, it's what you create in the space of negativity. Friends are made. Make a friend with that energy. Thank you, dear Bob, for your heartbeat. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. Good evening, dear Laurie. Karen, you shared so late for you, but you love being here so much. Well, please, if you want to get some rest, that's very important. Tattvamasi. Thank you for your quintet of roses as well. Om Gham Jahnavyay Namaha. This is something you don't know how to do. Shares the only S. You know, when Santa comes, if you want to make sure that you're on his good list and not his naughty list, what do? The night before Santa comes, what do you prepare? Hello, dear Starlight. Wow. Milk and cookies, that's right. Yeah. Makes you feel good knowing that if Santa comes, he'll see it and go, "Ah, milk and cookies." You could put something nice out for energies that you'd like to befriend. You know, I don't care how evil the energy is. If you leave out cookies for it, it'll consider changing. You offer a cookie to me, if I'm in the middle of a heated argument, if I'm mad at you and you offered a cookie to me in the middle of that, I would definitely stop and think about my actions. But if you said you tried befriending them, you probably didn't get the right cookie then. If it's raisins, come on. You can do better than raisins. Or maybe you can write a letter. Some people really like raisins in their cookies. I just wouldn't call them cookies. Or I wouldn't call them people. Oh no, I'm just kidding. No, but seriously, if you feel like there's space in your living environment that contains unfamiliar energies, then somehow familiarize yourself with that. Fill that space with love. And that could literally mean a plate of cookies in that corner for the night, or you hang up a piece of artwork, or you plant a plant, or you get yourself a nice kitty. Many options. Sage is a good thing too. Burning incense. All of these things can help you feel like the space that you're in is sanctified. Dear Angela, you asked if for any advice on feuding family members. You just want peace for all. It's very good that you do. Me too. This time around the year, after American Thanksgiving, I'm sure we've seen a lot of that. The best thing you can do is make yourself really peaceful. And then eventually people start to wonder, why is Angela so darn peaceful? And they think about that. That leaves a deep impression. You could be surrounded by a bunch of feuding people, but the one person who's calm, smiling, not hiding from it, fully present, attending to it from a place of love, now that person's face is going to be in their mind when they leave that situation. When all of the dust settles, they'll go, whoa. There's the story of the Buddha and his Sangha, and one day one of the parents of the monks came, and they didn't like that their child was a monk, which I don't blame them. You know, I don't think it's on the top of most parents' lists for their child to become a monk. So the parent storms into the Sangha and starts cursing the Buddha. My son ran a business degree, run away from home. And the Buddha didn't say anything. None of the monks said anything. And when the parent had enough, they left. They walked away. And they thought about that interaction, and what devastated them, the more they thought about it, is the fact that the Buddha never said anything negative in return. The monks never got angry, never got defensive. They all just listened. They were attentive, they weren't ignoring, just nodding. And that broke this parent. Oh my God, here I am. I've made these people into monsters, and they didn't fight back. So the next week, the parent came back and went on their knees and said, Oh Buddha, I'm so can you please forgive me? And the Buddha said no. Plot twist. The man said, I understand. I don't deserve your forgiveness, but can I ask why? The Buddha said, I can't forgive you because you're not the same person who was mad at me last week. The next time you see that angry person, you can forgive them, but they're not here right now. So I welcome you. Hello, dear Amber. I was thinking about you, wondering what you've been up to. Dear Melinda, you're watching a Christmas movie. I love to hear that, getting into the festive spirit. And thank you for the follow, dear Bryant and Queen. You never see the same river twice. I like that, dear Greg Archie. I'm happy you find beauty in that, dear Angela. Yeah, sometimes the loudest thing we can say is nothing. When there is so much chaos around you, your peace is loud. It's like when there's nothing playing on the TV and you turn the volume all the way up. That kind of loud silence. You feel it, you anticipate it, because you know that if any sound were to be made from the TV, it would just go poof. So when you see that the volume's on max, or if you have a stereo, a speaker, and it's turned on, but nothing's playing, and you crank that dial all the way up, maybe you have an amplifier, turn all the knobs on the amplifier up, but nothing's playing, that's loud silence, right? You go, oh. Keeps you very present, alert. And I think that's what our peace can do. If you make yourself into the most peaceful thing in a 20-mile radius, and yeah, your silence is deafening. Well said, dear Magdalene. And thank you, dear Angela, for your finger heart. Hallelujah. Fun fact, at the end of the word hallelujah is the word Yah, which is a shorthand for the tetragrammaton in the Hebrew Bible. YHWH, that first syllable is Yah. Hallelujah. What does the hallelujah part mean? Or hallelujah? Hallelujah? I'm not sure. Let me look that up. Praise. That's right. Praise Yah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Is Halle like holy? Maybe. Yeah, I wonder if there's if that's a cognate. Yeah. Om Namo Amitabhya Buddhiyam. Yet there is structure within chaos. I like that echo. Chaos theory is a beautiful branch of mathematics. Study of so-called chaotic systems. Deep structure. Really, chaotic structure is just an infinite structure, or an infinitely complex structure. dear angel, or yes, angel, that is part of your name. Dear Amber Angel Seed, I am doing well. Thank you for asking. How are you? Yeah, I like the way you put that. Dear Jesus, chaos and creation are synonymous. When things fall apart, they are actually falling into place. A place of peace. It's beautifully put. You are quite well, dear Amber. I'm happy to hear that. How is Ra? Thank you for liking the live, dear Ronnie. Not even a blade of grass moves without the will of the divine. It's beautiful. Shakti. Hello, dear Lux and Sean. Echo, you share that you've wondered if what is perceived as chaos is actually harmony at a different magnification. That is very beautiful. I think I remember hearing from someone, it might have been a Buddhist, that when your body is healing from a cold or a flu, if you zoom in, there's a war going on in your bloodstream. All the symptoms of what you're feeling is a battle between your immune system and the foreign disease. All these battles at the cellular level, but at the human level, it's health. That if there is a battle going on between your immune cells and the virus or the bacteria or whatever it is, then that's health. If your body isn't fighting, that's unhealthy. So in some ways, you could extend that analogy to us being like cells in a much greater body of our ecosystem, and some of our conflict at the personal level is health at the ecosystem level or society level. But don't use that as an excuse. Don't be fighting with someone and then justify it by saying, I'm the immune system. You're a flu virus and I'm a white blood cell. Because the other person could be thinking like that too. No, I'm the white blood cell and you're the flu virus. Yeah, don't be the immune system attacking itself. Well said, Amber. I love that. But yeah, the question I asked, things with Ra are amazing. You received your first truly wrathful teaching, my goodness. You experienced the samadhi where pleasure and pain became the same afterwards. Anytime he shows wrath, you experience ego death. Wow. Should I ask? What is wrath in this context? Maybe I don't want to know. you ask, but could it be possible for the body to just be completely pure and healthy and safe? Well, we can analyze that question. That's a very interesting possibility. Viruses, bacterium, they're arguably a form of life too, and they're just trying to live. But unfortunately, the way that they have evolved is parasitic in many cases, that they can only live by hijacking the life support systems of another living being. That a virus is a bundle of genetic material that I'm anthropomorphizing wants to reproduce. That's its function. A successful virus is one that takes that genetic code and makes copies of it, just like our own DNA. But it doesn't have a cell of its own to do so, so it uses our own cells. It would be like if someone needed to photocopy something, but they don't have a photocopier of their own, so they hold an office supply company hostage while they demand to use their photocopiers. which is unfortunate. In the case of a human being holding an office supply company hostage, then it is unfortunate because they don't have to do that. But for the case of viruses, they don't have a choice. They don't have a cell of their own. So in order for us to live in an existence without such, little beings acting in this way, they would have to be homed somehow. We would have to hijack their evolution and eradicate the existence of viruses and bacteria that do this and change their purpose, change their genetic code. That's an interesting question. How would that affect other parts of the food chain of life? I don't know. I don't have the answer to this question. These are just some thoughts. Oh, I see, dear Amber. That makes sense. It's like a good friend. A good friend will tell you when you're goofing up. Nice to have someone that'll stand up for your own boundaries that you're crossing yourself. Hello, dear Crown Prince. Hello, dear Miss Bliss. Shanti. And thank you, dear Anna, for your heart me. Radhe, Radhe. It's believed that the reason eukaryotes exist at all, eukaryotes are a type of cell which has a nucleus. And the nucleus is where the genetic material is kept safe. This is opposed to prokaryotes that don't have a nucleus and their genetic code is just kind of randomly inside the cell. Eukaryotes include animals, plants, and fungi. So multicellular organisms appear to be made possible by having a nucleus. So it seems very important for complex life people believe the reason that eukaryotes exist at all is because of a virus. That virus was trying to hijack, at the time, an archaeon, a very early kind of prokaryote. And it almost got eaten by the cell. And how cells eat, they don't have mouths, so they just kind of blob around what they're trying to eat, and then a bubble is pulled inside containing what they want to eat. So the cell had blobbed around the virus and pulled it in and eat the virus. But now what you have is genetic material inside a membrane, inside a cell. They think that might have been the first nucleus. And somehow it was beneficial overall. And when that cell ended up dividing, the proto-nucleus divided with it. The virus inside the bubble, inside the membrane. And then eukaryotes were born. That's very kind of you, dear Ragnhildur. I must confess it is not I who has come up with such a brilliant explanation for eukaryotes. This is called a viral eukaryogenesis, if I remember correctly. I was learning about that recently. Thank you, dear Shenanigans. The only S you share, you sometimes just want the big crunch to just happen and make everything in total union. For a while that was the leading belief in physics, that if there was a big bang, there would be a big crunch afterwards. That the gravity between everything would pull everything back together, and maybe would rebound again into another cycle of creation. Nowadays, assuming I'm still up to date, the current belief is that our universe will expand forever, that there's an equal amount of dark energy. Well, not equal, but just the right amount of dark energy in order to counteract gravity. Because there's 3 possibilities. Not enough dark energy, and then you get a big crunch. Too much dark energy, and the universe literally rips itself apart at the space-time level. And all you get is all these micro-universes called the Big Rip. And according to our measurements, cosmological constant that determines the amount of dark energy is exactly in between what's necessary for a big rip or a big crunch, and that's heat death, that it'll expand forever and eventually everything will get colder and colder and colder, the death of heat. And then there will be nothingness. But who's to say there isn't already union now? You want the universe to be one. In many ways, it already is one. on the subject of things that we used to think. We used to believe that when you zoomed into an atom, you'd see this nice, defined nucleus made up of protons and neutrons, and then all of these electrons around it, which would orbit, perhaps not so different to how the sun orbits our galaxy or how our planet orbits the sun. And we still use this as the symbol for the atom. I think it's called the Bohr model of the atom. Unfortunately, it's just not true. It's even cooler. That instead of having a nice, clearly defined nucleus, you have this really fuzzy speck. And that fuzz just kind of just gradually tapers off into the universe. There's no real place where that fuzz ends, and that's true for the nucleus. It's true for all of the electrons too. It's kind of this fuzziness. The electrons are a little bit here, a little bit there, and that fuzz is all around. And the fuzziness is a lot more intense places surrounding the nucleus, but it also tapers off. So when we come to the understanding that that's a lot more accurate than this, then the question is, in our original model, it's pretty easy. We could say that the atom exists in here and not outside of that region. But what region contains the atom in our latest model? The one on the right here. That if the fuzziness just tapers off forever, can we really say that there even exists separate atoms? There's regions where we can say, okay, about here, there's a spike in the fuzziness of this electron field and quark field. You know, we have probabilities that, you know, like 90% of the atom is here, but 10% is outside. Is there ever a region we can draw where 100% of the atom is inside? The answer is no. No matter what region you draw around the atom, there's always going to be a little bit that's outside of it. So the question is, will there ever be a time where all things are one? You know, in some sense, things kind of are already all one, because everything is just part of one field that has an intensity of fuzziness here, and it tapers off, and then it intensifies at other places. Quantum level is very weird. At the quantum level, our idea of things being made up of particles dissolves, and it's more like an ocean. A completely smooth ocean. And there's just ripples and waves. It's a lot harder to say that this thing is separate from that thing, and here's where one thing begins and another thing ends, etc. It's only when we zoom out, everything appears to be separated as distinct tangible objects. Thank you, dear Anna, for the heart me that you had sent. Om Shri Mahalakshmi Namaha. Dear Usha Priyaji, thank you for your hanging lights and rose. Om Kamalir Mahankalikaye Namaha. And thank you, dear JD Questions, for the heart me you share as well. Ram Ram. And thank you for sharing the live, dear Lori. Oh, I like that echo. But isn't the universe the atom by entomological definition? Well, you'd have to tell me the definition of entomological, but yeah. If there is no start and stop within the universe of any atom, then you could say the whole universe is the atom. Yeah, I like that, dear JD. It's actually all one thing. Where does one thing start? And where does it end? It's the perception of the person. Thank you for your paper crane too. Radhe, Radhe. You love the song choice for tonight, shares Anna. I'm happy you like it. And Babelfishy, thank you for your quintet of roses. Om Aim Saraswatyai Namaha. I love that, Amber. The chicken and egg happened at the same time. If you think about the human and the human egg, a female is born with all of her eggs. So what came first? The mom or her egg? They happened at the same time. The only S you recommend checking out a YouTube video with Sadhguru and a scientist on Spiritual vs. Science series. Thank you. I think I knew that Sadhguru was doing something like that, but I hadn't clicked on the video yet. Angi approved playlist to this ASMR evening. Good to hear. Dear Miller, you ask, how do you deal with criticism when you express your beliefs? Well, I value it. I try to as much as I can. Obviously, when it's harsh criticism, it's not as helpful as kind-hearted criticism. But all criticism is helpful. You know, even if a person doesn't phrase their words in the most helpful way, you can still use that opportunity to reflect on your experience. You think, am I really out of character? Have I truly crossed a line? And you think about it, and then common sense comes in. Nah. At some level, you can validate yourself. Did I really say something too ridiculous? You can genuinely ask yourself and come to the conclusion no. Or maybe the answer is yes. Maybe yeah. Maybe I could have said something differently. I think we all have that ability to. Ultimately, most people's harsh words come from a place of struggling to include you in their worldview. that their worldview is like this, and you are something extraordinary in terms of their worldview. And ultimately, we have to ask the question, whenever we experience something new, are we going to try to force that new thing into our old experience? Or are we going to expand our experience to accommodate that new thing? And you can ask the question, is this person who is criticizing me trying to fit me into their worldview? Or are they genuinely trying to expand mine? If they're genuinely trying to expand yours, then that's a gift. It's a wonderful thing. If they're trying to fit you into theirs, then that's their own problem. That's very interesting, dear Agape. That was very helpful. I'm happy to hear that. Repeat that. I said something good. Goodness flowed. But it is not from I, but from the divine. Yeah. You can ask yourself, are they trying to fit me into their worldview or expand mine? If they're trying to fit you into your worldview, that's a lesson they're learning. If they're trying to expand yours, that's a lesson you're learning. Hello, dear happy me. Of course, they're the only S. Thank you for your follow, dear Miller. What's the sound of one hand clapping? Asks Amber. You want to hear it again? Ready? I'll make the sound of one hand clapping. I'll do it one more time. Yes, unconditional love. Hello, dear Lisa. Welcome back, Bob. Dear Crown Prince, you had shared you laid down and your cat decided to sit by your phone rather than by your legs. You think she likes listening to these lives? She's actually giving me her energy. It's all of the cats that are watching this video that are channeling these words. That's why it often sounds like I'm rolling my R's. It's actually just a purr coming through sometimes. Hello, dear Myrna. Did you miss the question of the day, Crown Prince? No, you didn't. Let me reveal that. Myrna, you sure you played Akinator yesterday? Oh yes. Asked you 52 questions. And didn't know me. Didn't know me? I'm not an Akinator? Well, That doesn't surprise me. I don't think I am well known enough to be on Akinator. But maybe now you've added me for the first time, since at the end of it, you have to tell who you're asking about. Hello, dear Illust Philosophy. My day went well today, thank you. How has your day been? And the only S, you're wondering when the meditation will be. You're going to be asleep at some point. Probably in half an hour. But yeah, I did have a question of the day today. Today I was wondering if material endeavors are not the ultimate goal, then what is? Illust Philosophy, you share, you're a grad student at McGill in public policy. Today was all economics practice. That and your emoji says a lot about how your day went. Understandable. But it's very good practice. Alright, some answers to the question of the day. Dear Amber, you share enlightenment for all sentient beings. I like that answer. Straight to the point. Highest goal. Spiritual ascension, shares Ryan. I like that. Oh, thank you, dear G. It was inspired by you since you asked me to. Illust Philosophy, you found yourself anxious for the exam on Tuesday, so you're trying to stay grounded. This live is your safe space for now. Yeah, until I have to start talking economics. Which brings me to the new segment that I've introduced for today. No, I'm just kidding. Anxious for exam? As long as you are doing your best to study and practice, then that's what will get you far in life. Amber, you share the ultimate goal is to attain the highest truth within the Dharma. I like that. I also like Myrna's answer. No ultimate goal. It's a good answer too, for a different reason. Amber, you add the ultimate goal is to understand the greatest Dharma and also the Dharma of the moment. This is a good word. I challenge you to translate this word. Dharma. I would love to hear Amber's translation. Echo, you ask a sensible question. How is this a Sangha without the Buddha and the Dharma? Well, simple answer is that as a Sanskrit word, it's used in other contexts besides Buddhist ones. But Buddha is welcome here. But yeah, in Buddhism, it's the triple gem refuge. The Buddha, the teacher, Sangha, the fellow students, and the Dharma, the teaching. But in other contexts, like this one, it can be more general. I like your answer, dear Gregor G. Ethereal endeavors. Illust Philosophy, you share, you think the ultimate goal is to love yourself and others with courage and authenticity. That's a great answer. I know you share you don't know, but living in the present and reconnecting with your inner child. I like that. Oh, sorry, dear Billy. That comment came through. Sorry I didn't see your previous ones. Yeah. No, I certainly wasn't ignoring you. Maybe you were invisible. At least on my end. I don't fully understand why some comments come through and some don't, but that can certainly feel frustrating, I imagine. Dude, you answer our question, leaving it better than you found it. So simple, so pure, I love that. Keith, you ask, does there have to be an ultimate goal? I like that question a lot. No, there doesn't have to be an ultimate goal. Dalen, you share honestly you're not too sure. Maybe love, in the general sense, not necessarily romantic. Good answer and good precision with your language. Sorry, I don't understand, dear G to infinity. Alright, translation of Dharma from Amber. Dharma is truth, but truth isn't always factual. It's about the greater truth. Ooh. I like that. Many things can be true and not the truth. Oh, that's beautiful. Hello, dear divinity. The only S you share, the ultimate goal is experience, and then conscious union with source of us all. That is profound. Amber, you share the Dharma of the moment is the highest Dharma that addresses what is happening in the present. Crown Prince, you share yours is to become neutral in aspects of your life that bother you so you can grow from there. I like the way you made that personal. And Waterwind, you share to advance connective consciousness. I like the way you said that, connective consciousness. Not just collective, but connective consciousness. I love how you observe how psychology can also be so philosophical, dear Illust philosophy. Rhaegar UK, you shared no ultimate goal. Spiritual path is one that must change forever and be held with contentment. Yeah, I love the clever ways this question is being answered. Sometimes the absence of an answer can be an answer. I like that, Amber. I know you're sharing a conversation with dear Talon, but unworthiness is not the truth. Beautiful sentiment. User 621, you ask, any thoughts on the green? I'm a big fan of going outside, seeing green grass, green trees, green plants. Big fan of that kind of green. But you're talking about the kind of green that makes you feel a little giggly, like everything is 10 times funnier. Your creativity goes up. Kind of green that makes you feel like your mind is capable of thinking of abstract thoughts that you wouldn't normally. Kind of green that makes you feel relaxed or anxious, maybe relaxed and anxious at the same time. unfortunately, even though it's legal where I live in Canada, Mother Nature has told me in no uncertain terms that my time with it is over. I like to imagine that each natural substance has a goddess behind it, and to me, the goddess said to me, our work here is done. It's time for you to move on. And so I've been moving on. Thank you, dear Anna, for your GG. Som Somaya Namaha. The Buddha's lettuce, that's hilarious, Waterwind. Hello, dear Kalki G. Back to some answers of the day. Nicholas writes, peace and freedom. And yes, that does make sense, dear Amber. Self-actualization. Cheers, Neon Jello Pack. Everything is as true as it needs to be, shares Illust Philosophy. I love that. That's your attempt of defining Dharma. That is profound. Kalki G, your answer is Nirvana. And you ask what my answer is. My answer is all of your answers. I didn't have one in mind today. I really wanted to hear from you. And I see the truth in every answer shared thus far. And I think all of your answers speak to the same truth, just in different ways. Amber, you share, when one is able to skillfully embody the greatest Dharma while living the Dharma of the moment, they are connected to their Buddha nature. I like that. Echo, you wonder aloud, why is it so difficult for some beings to be here or now? I'll answer that. Many people try to run away from what's here and now because they feel scared by it, traumatized by it, that there's danger here, an enemy. Little do they know, present moment is not capable of being an enemy, not capable of hurting us. What we have associated with the present is not actually truly here and now, but in our memories of the past or our anticipations of the future. Oh, I'm sorry that your answer was filtered, dear Magdalene. Your answer was returning back to the heart. I like that. Returning back to the heart. And Scully, you share, you're not sure if there is an ultimate goal other than just being. I like that too. And Ron, you share, spreading love and understanding is life. And you think the goddess may have been telling you the same thing, dear Talon. I know what you mean. Thank you for sharing the live, dear Brent. Much love, dear Lisa. Dear Z Phantom, you share, you're realizing you've never been in love, but you wonder if it's because it's rooted in your belief that love is an illusion. Those are great questions to meditate on. Yeah, everyone's response is so eloquently expressed. I concur, dear G. GG. Ms. Bliss, you share, making a difference in the world is the ultimate goal for you. I love that. But you're trying to love yourself more as well, share Z Phantom Thief. Now that is a kind of love that is very real. To find peace, shares Laurie. And Strawberry Star Bunny, you share soul expansion as your answer of the day. How many lives we can touch is the ultimate goal, shares Miss Bliss. And I like how that is a question. You've answered the question in the form of another question. That's funny, dear Rod. Buddha's botany. I think there was going to be a cannabis shop that was opening up in my hometown that had the name of Buddha in it. And there was a town meeting whether that was appropriate or not. And it was decided that Buddhists probably wouldn't get mad, but out of respect, they decided on a different name. I can't remember what the name was, but it was Buddha's Blend or maybe it was Buddha's Botany. I don't know. I do appreciate the correlation between a symbol of peace and a natural herb. However, the Buddhists are pretty clear that you don't need any substance in order to reach nirvana. That's for sure. Everything can be achieved just with the comprehensive system of a human being itself. Waterwind, you share, my comments seem delayed sometimes. Well, I'm sure they are a little bit. Maybe at most a minute, but generally I'm catching up with a lot of the comments in the past, since there are more comments that I can read generally. And I have the speed to read simultaneously, so I am going through some of the past comments to catch up to the present. That way I don't want anyone to feel left out. But even then I do miss comments sometimes. I like that, dear Amber. Those all seem like noble goals and certainly achievable. Being mindful, vigilant, and maintaining a clear mind. Tattvamasi, your answer is freedom and expansion. Beautiful. Yeah. Linguistically, you could argue that the word Brahman translates to expansion, which is a word I'm sure you know, coming from the verbal root brh, which means to expand. Brahman is a nominal form of that verb. The great expanse, the expansion, the all-expansive one. The only yes you share, you picture Santa like the North Pole, Santa's workshop. That's hilarious, yes. I'm actually streaming from my igloo, And the reason I have my ears covered is because I'm an elf. And when I'm not live, I'm working on all your toys. But let me tell you, ever since kids started asking for PlayStation 5s instead of little train toys made out of wood, us elves had to learn a lot more kinds of production techniques. It's a lot easier to assemble a wooden train than it is a PlayStation 5, let me tell you. Hard work on us elves. Dear Billy, your answer to the question of the day is connection to others, nature, and ourselves. I love that. Beingness shares grateful human. That's a nice one-word answer. And the only S you share, the ultimate goal is experience life and conscious union with the source of us all. I guess that comment came through another time I read that. But it's a good answer, deserves to be read again. Sandy and Shadow are my little helpers. That's right, Magdalene. They help inspect the toys, make sure they're up to par. Toy inspectors. Cats are good inspectors. Everything you bring in that's new, they inspect. Always smelling things first. What's this? Gregor G, you ask, can I see the Aurora Borealis fairly often where I am? I've seen it twice in my life, and both times within the last several months. It's really rare to see it as low as I am. I am in one of the most southern parts of Canada. I'm so south that I'm north of Seattle, I think. It might be pretty close. I'll have to double check. But you know how there's that big line that's almost perfectly flat that separates America and Canada? The border at the top is very flat, and then there's the Great Lakes that is a little less straight. So to the left, to the west of that line, whatever parallel that is, I live on an island that actually dips down below that parallel. So I am more south than parts of Washington. So asking if I get Aurora Borealis is kind of like asking, does the northern US get Aurora Borealis? Well, very rarely. And I was very fortunate that I did get to see it 2 times in my life so far. The only S you ask, am I closer to Seattle or New York? Well, I am on the west coast of Canada, so I am much closer to Seattle, which is also on the west coast of North America. In fact, Seattle is so close to me that I can see the night sky being lit up by Seattle. And I made a joke to a friend a couple days ago that y'all Americans must be scared of the dark because Seattle is so bright. I can see it light up the sky from here. And of course, on the 4th of July, you know, in the distance, you can see the fireworks and whatnot. You guys love your fireworks. Understandable. New York being on the East Coast, I'm very far away from New York. But similar in latitude. Or is it longitude? I'm always mixing up my latitude and longitude. I think it's latitude. New York is pretty north. And you went to the Space Needle yesterday, can confirm. Shares uncommon, that's great. Yes, anxiety does suck, dear Anthony, but it gets better. It does. It always does. Most people that experience anxiety, it does not stick along for that long. Many people go through phases in their life where they're very anxious, and then afterwards they experience a lot more confidence and peace, and their decisions aren't based so much in fear. I consider it part of growing up in many ways. Some people just go through that part at different times. Just like how puberty is uncomfortable, but we all go through it. Periods of anxiety and depression are also uncomfortable, but in a less structured way, we all go through those phases too. Sometimes multiple times. But there always is another side to that all. Z Phantom Thief, you share, you need access to my old videos. Can they be found anywhere? I appreciate that you value them. I ask if there's any particular thing that you're looking for. I can offer you something even better than my old videos. Myself. You have my attention. Anything in those videos you can find in here. And I am at your service. I like that illust philosophy. In the stillness of the present moment, there is no ultimate goal, only the reality of what is. Ooh, handpan on the beat, shares Greg RG. Oh, I didn't realize I'm behind in my gifts. Thank you, dear Kalkiji, for the rose you had sent earlier. Hari Om Tat Sat. And dear Anna, thank you for your team cheers. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. And Neon Jello Pack, thank you for your 10 tiny tinies. Yippee! And Tatvamasi, thank you for your quintet of roses. Jaya Swami Shivananda. Honestly, the music has got you. Shares G to infinity. Consider yourself gotten. Thank you for your follow, dear T. Okay, hear you out, shares Greg Archie. Handpan jazz? Oh, I think you might be inventing a new genre there. I like that. Well, if we consider jazz as a less formally structured melody with a little bit more freestyle or interpretiveness, I could do some handpan jazz, given that I have a handpan somewhere. Or actually, no, I don't. Sorry, I have a steel drum, which I guess is similar. but you don't use your hands. You use a mallet. We've got Jazz Wednesdays, Round Table Saturdays. We could have, now we have Handpan Sundays. Now I'm just naming teachers. Do you know Swami Shivananda, dear Tatvamasi? If I truly want you to be specific, my overloads of information make your brain tingle, shares Phantom Leaf. That's great. Well, there's no shortage of information. Life is teeming with it and has it. Everything is information, if you know how to translate it. You don't know Swami Shivananda, dear Tattvamasi? Well, we just saw one the other day. There's a couple of Swami Shivanandas. There's the 128-year-old yogi who was doing headstands for us. But there's another more famous Swami Shivananda who came before him. Or he might not have came before him because he's so old, the other one, the 128-year-old one. Maybe he lived his whole life born after the 128-year-old one and died 30 years ago or more. I don't actually know. God is the goal, shares David. It's a good answer, David. I like that too. List Philosophy, you share your favorite video of mine was the one about the E8 Lattice. You wish everyone knew enough math to understand more about it, but you're a lowly philosophy fan. Well, high-level math does get really philosophical. That's for sure. There's this wonderful website called nlab.org, I believe. That's the letter N, lab.org, and it's a high-level math website, but its articles read like philosophy. It's funny, there's many articles that don't have a single equation or any mathematical relationship. It's just words. And I find it really funny because when you start getting higher and higher in math levels, you start losing all the words. Instead of word problems, it's just equations and symbolic logical relationships. If you do a test in college, there might not be a single word on it, just equations and symbols. But at some point, all the symbols fall away and all the words come back, and then high-level math is just talking again. And I find that really funny. Rhaegar, do you share you've heard lots of jazz players say something along the lines of there are no wrong notes? Well, consider life to be jazz, then. Yeah, speaking of getting higher and higher levels in understanding, when you get higher and higher levels in music theory, you go, no, you never do that chord progression because it doesn't resolve itself, and this note is in dissonance with that note. And then again, like our math example, you go even higher than that, then all the really advanced jazz musicians say, actually the music theory gets so inclusive that you can make any chord progression sound good if you do it in the right ratios of octaves, and you make sure to resolve it by following up with this other chord progression and use these notes, etc. It's the ultimate, I can make it work mentality. There's a way I can figure this out. Hello, dear Maya. And Tim, you share musically, shoegaze has proven my theory. Well, I just love the fact that something or someone or a group of people is called as shoegaze. S-H-O-E-G-A-Z-E, shoegaze. Shoegaze. That's what you do when you need new runners, but you don't know which one to get. You shoegaze. It's also what they used to do in bars before homosexuality was legal. Shoegaze. Terrible joke. I'm sorry. But this space, we don't do that. We love everyone. But it's an actual music genre of the 90s. How interesting. I would not have guessed that. Dear Tatvamasi, you relate positivity to acceptance and ultimately to freedom. I like that. Negativity, though, could I talk about, please? Well, in relation to acceptance, negativity would be rejection or exclusion. And if acceptance ultimately leads to freedom, then in this context, negativity would be that which ultimately leads to entrapment or imprisonment or the opposite of freedom. For example, when we say someone's being negative, probably because they are feeling trapped within some perspective that'll never amount to anything, that I'm going to be stuck in this cycle forever, that I'm not capable of change, etc. We say they're being negative. In this case, they're being negative in the sense of not finding acceptance in what can happen, what is latent in their potential this moment. They are not freeing themselves of the identification of this limitation. Illust philosophy you share. So from your quick read, an E8 lattice is a sort of hyperdimensional grid, like the lines on graphing paper, which looks eerily close to a mandala. Yes, that is a great connection. A grid is a type of lattice. Yeah, like the lines on graphing paper. It's a very highly symmetric lattice. There are lots of ways that you could take this lattice and then rotate it or move it such that all of the points on the grid line up to itself again. And for some reason, a lot of things in mathematics are related to that grid that can exist in 8 dimensions. Like a crystal structure, put in other terms. For example, if you were to put a sphere, an 8-dimensional hypersphere, at the center of each vertex in an E8 lattice, then that would give you the mathematically optimal solution to the packing problem of hyperspheres in 8 dimensions, which is a big deal for mathematicians because it's not an easy problem. In 2 dimensions, the honeycomb solves the packing problem as the most optimal arrangement of packing 2-dimensional spheres, which are circles, and a honeycomb grid, a hexagonal lattice. In 3 dimensions, it's the way you'd pack cannonballs or the way that you organize fruit in a grocery store, like a pyramid. And I believe we know how to do it in 4 dimensions, but in 4 dimensions the answer is not obvious. Really not obvious. And I'm not even sure if we've figured out how to do that in 5 dimensions. But there's some numbers of dimensions where things just work out really nicely, and you do get an easy answer. And in 8 dimensions you have a very beautiful way of stacking spheres together in an optimal way. Perfectly. You also get something similar happen in 24 dimensions. And that's called the leech lattice. Would I say it has reifying properties? Depending on what you mean by reify. Yes. Highly symmetric. Yeah, so I have an answer to why 8 dimensions is special. There is a reason. And the reason is very, very weird. And the reason itself doesn't make sense, but this is why, through a long chain of events that ultimately is beyond the scope of this live stream, but I can show you the reason why things in 8 dimensions just work out really nice. This is one of those rare moments where a really high level mathematical idea boils down to something really simple. So I'm going to show you something on my screen. And fair warning, there is math. I think I can make this dark mode for you. I can also turn on projector mode. So I'm sure many people are familiar with square numbers. You can see in the top left 1, 4, 9, 16, 36. Oh, I forgot 25. These are all the square numbers. Something very special happens only when you add up the first 8 square numbers together. No less, no more. I'm just going to write some fancy notation. Don't worry about it. You'll see we're going from 1 to 8. We're summing up n squared. That's the sum of the first 8 squares. 204. Do you see that? If I change this number to 9, that's the sum of the first 9 squares. So that's 1 plus 4 plus 9 plus 16, etc. So what's the significance of this number 204? Well, wait a second. I may have gotten something wrong. Am I misremembering this? Am I thinking of the 24th? That's right, sorry. Scratch what I said about the 8th dimension, the 24th dimension. If you add up the sum of the first 24 squares, you get another square. You get 70 squared. 70 times 70 is the same as adding the first 24 squares together. It's 4,900. No other sum of squares gets you another square except for this. Only when you add up the first 24 squares do you get another square number. And I have a clever way of visualizing it through a sinusoidal function, which is only ever equal to 0 at multiples of pi. 0, pi, 2 pi, 3 pi. What we can do is use this function to check for squares. We first multiply our input by pi. So now this number is 0 only at whole numbers. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. And then what we do is we basically plug in the formula for squares instead of our input x. And what we do is we sum up squares. And then what we want to do is we want to take the square root of that. If the square root of the sum of squares is a whole number, and that means the sum of squares is another square, which means our function should be 0. So if you look at this chaotic function, it goes up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. It's never 0, except here at 24. In this infinite function which never repeats, you'll find lots of patterns, lots of things going up and down, but the only time it ever crosses the x-axis besides at 0 is at 24. This is hinting at something very mysterious things happening in 24 dimensions. Because the way to measure distance in any dimension is to sum up the squares of the coordinates and then square root them. For example, you know in 2 dimensions, to get the distance of something you use the Pythagorean theorem, a squared plus b squared. So if you wanted to get the hypotenuse, you'd square root that. The square root of a squared plus b squared would be c. Similarly, we're taking the square root of 24 different dimensions here. And it's for that reason that something very mysterious happens in 24 dimensions. That there's just a lining up for some reason here. And so you might wonder what the significance of that is. And the answer is no one really knows. People are still researching it. As far as it's related to our human experience, it's more of a fascination than anything. It's a fun fact. So we were talking about the E8 Lattice existing as a very interesting thing in 8 dimensions. In 24 dimensions, there's something called the Leech Lattice, which is the bigger brother of the E8. E8 always gets the attention, you know, it's the younger child. But the bigger brother, the E8 Lattice, is even more mysterious. But that's about as much math as I want to talk about today. We will be ending the Sangha shortly, and I already said I wouldn't go into anything too deep on ASMR Sundays. So we'll end with a meditation in a little bit. What does the E stand for? That's a great question, Myrna. I'm not actually sure. It might not stand for anything, to be completely honest. But let's see if I can Google that. Oh, yeah, it's just the letter E. It's because there's other things that come in different letters and numbers. Other types of mathematical objects like G2 and F4, E6. It's just a categorization system. Yeah, called the Cartan-killing classification of complex, simple Lie algebras. Or Lie algebras. Having something called complex and simple at the same time seems like an oxymoron. But maybe that's why it's called a lie at the same time. But no, it's actually pronounced Li. I do know that. And thank you, dear Phantom Thief, for your galaxy. Om Sadhyo Jatam Prapadyami Sadhyo Jataya Vai Namo Namaha Bhave Bhave Nati Bhave Bhavaswamam Bhavod Bhavaya Namaha. Very kind of you. Never expected, but always appreciated. Dear Leo, you share you've got deeply stuck in fear and pain. You've tried to get out of it. It is so limiting and hurting. I'm sorry to hear that. How can I help? Dear Joshua, in the meantime, you were asking about my superpowers. I see you were trying to spell the Sanskrit word siddhis. Yes. I think my greatest superpower is being able to admit when I'm wrong. Something that I'm still learning how to do. But when I do it, it's pretty phenomenal. Because it's not every day that such an extraordinary part of our experience manifests itself. Yeah, that's a great one. Happy that resonates with you. You don't know, dear Leo. You don't think anyone can help. You just have to keep trying. Okay. Well, in any way in which I can make your trying easier for you, do not hesitate to share how you are trying, some of the things that you've tried, and if there's anything that I can offer, such as another perspective, you're always welcome to share. Yes, you are right. We can only help ourselves. But guess what? A piece of me is in a piece of you, and vice versa. We can only help ourselves, but we are each other on many levels. Hello, dear Marlin. You are late, and you are just on time at the same time. And thank you, Illust Philosophy, for the "you're amazing." Om Namo. Wait, what's the first word of this mantra after Om? Om Vamadevaya Namo Jishtaya Namah Shrishtaya Namo Rudraya Namah Kalaya Namah Kalavikaranaya Namo Balaya Namo Balavikaranaya Namo Balapramathanaya Namah Sarva Bhuta Damanaya Namo Manonmanaya Namaha. What mantra is that? Ask Amber. That's called the Vamadeva mantra. It's part of 5 that's called the Pancha Brahma mantras, dedicated to Shiva. There's the Sadhyo Jata mantra. Then there is that one, the Vamadeva mantra, the Tat Purusha mantra, the Aghora mantra, and then the Ishana mantra. And each of the 5 are great mantras dedicated to venerating different powers of Shiva. There are traditionally 5 powers of the divine. The power to create, as the creator, but also the power to preserve, as the maintainer, and the power to dissolve creation as the destroyer. That's the Trimurti. But then there's 2 extra. The power to reveal itself to itself. In other words, the power to recognize itself, self-awareness. And then there's the power to forget itself. Power of ignorance, really, of playing hide and seek with itself. If you might wonder, why is that a power? Why is ignorance a power? Well, if you're the divine, if you're all that is, it's pretty miraculous if you are somehow able to forget that, isn't it? That's a great power. Thank you for the follow, dear Kala Bhairava. Om Bhram Bhairavaya Namo Namaha. Thank you, Mystic. That's right, Amber. There's my phone vibrating. Telling me, hey man, you should think about going to bed soon. Dear Marlon, you ask, do I think that the Roman Catholics are aware that they use hand mudras? Oh, I like your connection. I think they are aware, but they just call it something different. And I'm not sure if they realize that other religious traditions have similar hand positions, variously called mudras. But I like that you were able to spot that similarity. What are hand mudras? Asks Mirna. Like when you see someone doing like this when they're meditating. Maybe they have their hands up, or maybe it's in their laps, you can't see. But yeah, holding your hands like this, or different fingers, or when your hands are like this, or there's, all sorts of more complicated ones. Maybe you had someone in school that could do that one that looked like a dragon. I'm not sure if I can bend my fingers all around, but there are ways of keeping your consciousness in a certain state while meditating. Like how if you've ever pinched yourself to try to stay awake, you can hold your fingers together to bring your mind to a certain kind of stillness. It's the hand form of yoga postures, which are called asanas. Thank you, Miss Bliss, for your heart meat and finger heart. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Yeah, this one is the universal mudra called Namaskaram. Some say it's the most powerful mudra. It means I bow to the divinity before me now, which is a way of acknowledging that everything around you is the divine, and that includes the people in your life. It's a way of saying, you're not fooling me, oh divinity. I know that you are my friends, my family. Playing hide and seek. Showering me with love in many forms. Can't fool me. I know that you've been my secret admirer this whole time. Something like that. Dear Mermander, thank you for your heart me too. Radhe, oh Radhe. Oh, and a fest first, and a team bracelet. Thank you. Just to let everyone know, we will be doing a meditation soon before we end the live stream. And Kala Bhairava, thank you for your ice cream cone and beating heart and heart me. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parmeshwari Sarvananda Kari Devi Narayani Namostute. Yes, I like that. MD is creating, not designed, by destroying what was before, even if nothing is before. Very good. Hairspray Betty, thank you for your potato in Paris, your French fry. That's how they make French fries. They first become tourists. They have to visit everything in France, and then they're made into fries. Om Tat Purushaya Vidmahe Mahadevaya Dhimahi Tanno Rudraf Prachodayat. Yeah, I like that, Amber. Hatha yoga is basically putting your body in a mudra. Oh, that's a very interesting question, Anna. Do you need consent to marry the divine? Well, you have to know what you're marrying. If you call it the divine, and then you say you're married to the divine, but then on the behalf of that divine, you are unkind to people, then I would say the divine does not consent for you to use the name in vain. Because the divine means everything, inclusive, source of all. So if you are married to the divine, but yet not loving to one part of creation, then have you really married the divine? So I think there is a qualification there. You're right to point that out. You have to know what you're marrying. Because the divine wants total surrender. Not just to this bit. You can't marry only this part, but then not serve the rest. Serve the divine means you serve everyone and everything, to the extent that they will accept your service. Daniel, you're trying to understand the quantum harmonic oscillator for a class, but you're having trouble. Advice? Well, I commend you for going to a TikTok live stream for advice on quantum harmonic oscillators. I don't know much about quantum harmonic oscillators, but at the classical level, a harmonic oscillator, if I remember correctly, is a phenomenon where if you have various parts of a system, like a metronome, and there's a coupling between those metronomes, like let's say they're both swinging on the same swing. I don't know. Let's say you have a couple of metronomes on the same swing. Why you have metronomes on a swing is probably a bigger question than what happens to the metronomes on the swing. But anyway, it can be observed that if you put two metronomes on a swing, and the swing is swinging, and the metronomes are ticking, even if you start the metronomes and they're not in sync, and even though metronomes are supposed to be consistent, because they are coupled in the system, that a bit of the angular momentum of the metronome passes into the swing, and it communicates the part of the phase that it's in to the other metronome, and vice versa. And over a long enough period of time, eventually, these two metronomes will harmonize. Probably at the same frequency, but maybe it could be a 2-to-1 ratio, if I'm remembering correctly. You find a similar phenomenon in the gravitational orbit, or the orbit of planets around a sun, around a star, is that two different planets may be orbiting kind of randomly relative to each other, but because of the shared system that they occupy, they end up harmonizing so that by the time one planet takes a trip around the sun, the other planet takes exactly 2 or 3, harmonized in that way. So a quantum harmonic oscillator, if I'm remembering correctly, is probably a similar phenomenon, but happening at the level of the wave function between two particles, maybe an electron and another electron in a shared system. If that is correct and my memory is not failing, then I imagine that it's all about how they're connected. Just like two metronomes on a swing are connected by a swing, and two planets in a solar system are connected through their own gravitational pull on each other. And two electrons maybe have a relationship through their own push on each other's, through the electric, I don't know. This is all to say, I don't know how to help you. Sorry. Oh, well, you're welcome anyway. But it's a beautiful thing that two things may be in their own timing, but if they are connected in some way, they often fall in sync, they often harmonize. I realized I could have looked this up. What is a quantum harmonic oscillator? Quantum harmonic oscillator is the quantum mechanical analog of the classical harmonic oscillator. Oh, I was wrong. I was thinking of two different oscillators harmonizing with each other. We're talking about just a single thing oscillating at the quantum level. Like a particle in a box. Yeah. Glad I looked this up. Yes, these make very simple solutions to the wave function. Very beautiful. I did once write a program that simulates this. It didn't solve the equation for me, but it did simulate the wave function. I think it's really interesting how the wave function, the Schrödinger equation, is solved by, most often than not, little things that are like harmonic oscillators. Just vibration. Anyway, I don't want to go too deep into this either. Not that I understand it. I don't. And I'm eating gummy worms. Sure, skip it, don't. That's a good thing to do. Thank you, dear Tan Hao Yu, for your heart me. Hare Krishna. And dear Bobby Sue, thank you for your heart me. Team Bracelet, cheer you up, and team cheers. Om Dham Namaskandharaya. Dear Marmander, you ask, could I give advice on how to trust in the universe more? Now that I have a little more experience in than quantum harmonic oscillators. However, both are equally fascinating topics. How do you trust in the universe? Well, it's difficult to trust in something that feels separate. If you feel like something completely different than the universe, then it's going to be very difficult to trust it. But if you can establish a kind of feeling that you're a part of the universe, then trust comes a lot more naturally. Just like how the different parts of your body can trust that you'll take care of it because they're part of you, why wouldn't the universe want to take care of one of its parts? Is the hand ever anxious that one day you are going to chop it off? Are the legs ever anxious that you're going to kick a cement pillar in order to break them? Is your nose ever anxious that you're going to stuff something really gross smelling up there? Now, your body may have experienced none of these things, but I would probably wager that these experiences were not intentional. And even if they were, certainly not for any purpose of punishing a part of your body. As I said this, I realized the topic of self-harm does come in. There are, unfortunately, many cases of people causing self-harm. The universe, however, I don't believe to be one of those beings, particularly because the greater understanding you have, the less need there is for self. I don't believe to be one of those beings, particularly because the greater understanding you have, the less need there is for self. I think the live was skipping a little bit for some people. If my connection has returned, do let me know. We're back. Thank you. But yeah, in a healthy body and a healthy mind, in a healthy system, you want to take care of all of the little parts of you. Even if you got a little scrape on your toe. Just because the toe is so small, do you have to worry that the whole person is not going to want to take care of even that little cut on your toe? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter where the cut is. You're going to take care of that. You take care of your whole body. That is the ideal. To be fair, this analogy has limitations because we are all still learning to take care of our whole body. But where do we get that lesson if not from the universe? So if you're part of the universe, which is certainly more experienced than we are all in taking care of all the parts of our body, I think we can trust in the universe that it wants to take care of us too. That said, sometimes we take care of our body by putting it through uncomfortable experiences intentionally. For example, your muscle could be having a great day, and then suddenly it's being exerted and flexed, and then it rips. That's called working out. And is the muscle thinking, oh my God, this person's trying to kill me? No. The muscle goes, I see. You are making some more space for more of me so that I can grow to fill that space. And if you didn't know, that's how your muscles grow. That you literally rip them and then more muscle grows in between to fill that gap. Therefore, bigger muscle. So sometimes too, I think the universe puts strain on you like one of its little muscle, and sometimes you rip a little bit. There are parts of our experience that appear to tear open, but then we fill that space and we grow too. So you can trust in the universe to take care of you, and you can trust in the universe to push you past your limits so that your limits expand and you grow into them. Oh, hi dear Starlight, wow. I'm still alive. You share you went to work, went shopping, and got home again. And you sound like... You make it sound like I've been here for all day. Our live stream is just under 3 hours. So I think it's more impressive that you went to work, went shopping, and got home all within 3 hours. That's pretty impressive. Granted, it was a short shift. It must have been. You goof. Omar, you ask, aliens, are they coming soon? I hope so. If they have the technology to travel across the stars, one would hope that they have the social technology to help put together the pieces of our missing connections between each other. Because when I think of our civilization, in order for us to really excel at exploring the stars, we first have to excel at exploring the uncomfortable parts of our personal life. We want to make sure that all the connections are firm and held together strong at home. Put a lot of effort and energy into tending to the problems here on Earth before we start exploring the problems on another planet. I would hope the same for aliens too. Therefore, if they do come and visit us, what have you been able to succeed at back home that has given you the time and space, no pun intended, to come here? My muscle analogy helped quell your existential dread, dear Mermander. I'm happy to hear that. It's a funny one. Tatvamasi, you share in the grand design reality. Why are there physical limitations? Why not let experience without limits? Well, imagine what that would be like. What would it mean for there to be no limits? It means that everything goes right all the time. Okay. Suppose everything went right all of the time. What would be going right? You'd say, well, life, society, the economy, government. Okay. But what is the purpose of all of those things, if not to transcend limitations? All of these things that we imagine going right would not exist without limitations. Without limitations, nothing would exist, because things can only exist in limitation. Having a form means there's some boundary, or it can extend its energies to such a degree only so far. If there were limitations, there would be no variability from one thing to another. There would truly be nothing, just oneness, which is great, don't get me wrong. Pure oneness is wonderful, but it's also very boring. There would be no universe, there would be no stars, there would be no atoms, there would be no people, there would be no planets. And therefore, there would be no hugs, no gummy worms, no live streams. There would be no ocean, no trees, no stories, no having children, no learning, no growing. So why is there limitation? For the purpose of transcending it. So if there are no limitations, there is no transcendence either. Transcendence can only exist relative to limitation. That's funny, you list philosophy. Hello dear, I am me of the one. As a raise, is that you? Yes it is. You ask, is that a physical galaxy projector or a green screen? It's a kind of a blue screen. If I turn off the background here, I have a tapestry behind me. Actually, I have a picture underneath that background. If I turn off the picture too, you can see the parts of the background I've cut out here, but some parts still remain. So there's that tapestry. And then I layer it with this nebula that I can show you by itself. I think it leads to a nice effect. Very simple. I am sorry that you are scared for the world your children live in, dear Matt. Make sure they live in your love. When you can't control the world, focus on what you can give for them. And that's love. And the tools for them to love themselves also. And the ability for them to find joy no matter what circumstances they have to face. When I look at children today, I don't think they're any less able to be happy now than 5 years ago, than 10 years ago, than 100 years ago, 1,000 years ago. Children bring joy with them from wherever they come from. They don't get it from the world. So you could be a child that grew up next to an apocalyptic environment, but you'll find a way to use, I don't know, the scraps of tin cans and mud to make for yourself a little playhouse and play with that. A child has no reference point for what it means to have fun. They are able to make of it what they choose to, with the help of their parents too. There have been various studies on happiness in the world, and even though there are various metrics for health and for the welfare of various populations and the dynamics between governments, every time people have tried to measure happiness in the world, it has not been different today, 10 years ago, 100 years ago, 1,000 years ago. It only seems different because generally, as we get older, we become less happy. And so it seems like our world is getting darker and more grimmer. But it's a psychological effect of getting older. The world kind of has been just about the same level of happiness for thousands of years. It's just the drama that we put on around us has become a lot more different. Now we're a lot more connected digitally. We have a lot bigger tools to blow each other up. But as far as an individual's capacity to live a successful life has not changed. And that's because we are always the ones that personally get to decide what it means to be successful. Our definition of success changes to fit the environment. And I think when we think in terms like that, we don't have to worry so much about if our children will succeed or be happy, because we've kind of always found our own way. G to Infinity, you share you were afraid to be a mother because you didn't want them to have your fear. It's ironic when you put it that way. Comes from a good place, ultimately. We all want best for our children, but sometimes trying to fit our children into a worldview that is best for us can limit them too. And we have to have faith and trust in them to be able to find what is right for themselves. I don't know much about that, dear Marlin. Ultimately, our children are here to teach us. We may be here to teach them worldly knowledge, but worldly knowledge comes and goes. It's the knowledge that they bring us, to bring us back into our knowing, childlike self, that I think is most important for a parent. Oh, how wonderful would it be if instead of 30 children in the room and one adult teaching them, imagine if we had 30 adults sitting just as patiently as the children should be and looking up to a child, and that child just expressing themselves freely. They don't have a lesson plan, they don't have a textbook, they might not even know how to draw on a chalkboard or whiteboard or a smartboard nowadays. But if we had fellow adults looking up to a child, what kind of lessons could we learn? If we had a notebook and there was something to be learned from a child just being themselves for that hour at the front of the room, what lessons would we write down? Maybe not to take life so seriously, to have fun, to use your imagination, to try and try again, and continue to believe in yourself. No matter how small of a task you're trying to achieve, maybe it's making that 5th building block balance onto the 4th precariously, after it's been knocked over how many times. Finally, at the 29th attempt, that 5th building block just stays there. The child has joy light up in its face, and it knew somewhere deep down that that was possible. We would have given up before then. I'm sure all of us would come out of that room with a lesson that would last a lifetime. Hello, dear Mariham. Good night, dear Draco. That's wonderful, dear Matt. I think every parent is naturally going to question themselves, and that's part of being a good parent to an extent. I continue to want my parents to reflect on how they could change some things, but I wouldn't want them to drive themselves crazy over it, because then all their time is spent doubting themselves rather than being there for me in the way they can. It's a degree of carefulness. Carefulness is good, but too much carefulness is paralyzing, and being paralyzed is worse than not reflecting on your actions or choices. I like that, dear Anna. They are not something different from us, just a reminder of something we may have forgotten. Remember that everything you do for yourself also teaches your children. Yes, it's so important to give and give selflessly, so that your children also know how to become a role model in that way also. But if you never take care of yourself, who are your children going to learn from to take care of themselves? They look up to you to also figure out how much they should be spending time taking care of themselves. We can love and love and love another person, but their ability to love themselves is completely different. No matter how much we love them, we may never teach them how they can love themselves. We can teach them how to love others. The more you love someone, the more they'll be able to love another person. They learn from that. But the only way to teach someone how to love themselves is for you to love yourself in their presence. You have to show them what it's like to set boundaries for yourself. Put band-aids on your body. Make sure that you are getting enough rest, that you are eating healthily and have good habits, and you take time to affirm your own insecurities, that you get better yourself. Take care of all of the wounds that only you can help with. I thought I understand the self, then I started having other selves from myself, and that's terrifying. That is the nature of being a parent, for sure. Here I am, but also there I am, and there I am, and there I am, depending on how many you have. ultimately, you want to make sure that you leave them with the tools to take care of themselves. The greatest thing that you can give someone is their independence. And the only way that we can really do so is by being a role model of that ourselves. So as long as you, in your capacity, whatever that may be, different for everyone, even if you have an addiction, it's not the addiction itself which is harmful. It's potentially teaching them to not do anything about it. If there's anything wrong with you, or something that you'd like to get better in, the worst thing you can do is try to hide it from your children. If you try to pretend like you have everything together, because then that's what you're teaching them to. You're teaching your children to pretend to have everything together and hide things. You know, everything you do, you teach them. So if you do struggle with addiction, if you do struggle with being self-conscious, if you do struggle with self-harm, if you do struggle with whatever it may be, the best thing you can do is share your vulnerability with them. Destigmatize that. Teach them that it's entirely normal for people to be like that. And that you do everything you can that's within your capacity to attend to that. You share your success with them. And then what does that teach your children? It teaches your children to not be scared of sharing their struggles with another person in order to receive help. That they are allowed to be in hard places in life, and that they should do everything that they can to help themselves in those ways too. You're also worried about giving them too many tools. Well, as a woodworker will tell you, you can never have enough tools, but you might not have enough space to put those tools. As long as you have enough space, no problem. Dear Myrna, you share, but what if you like/love your addictions and you don't want to stop them? Well then, probably you're not in a good position to have a child at that moment in life. But I understand that you can't exactly hit the Control Z if you're in that situation now. But as a preventative measure, I wouldn't recommend bringing a child into the world if you're struggling with something like that and you're unwilling to address that. But if you are in that situation, which is unfortunately common, but fortunate in that you're not alone, then the first step is becoming aware that it is a problem. And you don't want your children to fall into the same addiction. Maybe you don't see the harm in it yourself. Okay. Could you imagine your children doing that? If you can't imagine your children doing that, then why are you still doing that? They are a part of you. And you are their role model. So accountability would be the first step for someone like that. Coming into contact with a greater possibility. Break the cycle so that your children don't have to. I think it's actually very beautiful when a parent is going through something challenging themselves, because it's a wonderful teaching opportunity for their children. Because their children are going to face challenges in life, maybe similar. And having a reference point for someone who was able to transcend that struggle, that is a great gift. It is certainly a gift to have yourself all together in many ways and be a well-rounded person. But showing your children what it's like to be vulnerable is also a beautiful gift. And I know a lot of parents unnecessarily hide that, speaking from experience. That my parents have hid a lot of themselves from me, and they're getting better with that. They're feeling a lot more allowed to come out of their shell, and that makes me so happy to see. It doesn't make my day, it makes my life. It makes my life to see my parents be so human and in their element, and show me as my parents that they're allowed to be human. It makes me feel so loved, so safe, in a counterintuitive way. Dear Vampsaka, you ask, wouldn't it be better to show your children that you are reliable? It would be best to do both, that you are capable of being reliable and vulnerable. But if you don't share your vulnerability, then you're setting them up to not do so either, and that leads to a lot of challenges in life. For example, if you don't share the fact that you're having a hard day, you're teaching your children to never share with others that they're having a hard day. And it would be hypocrisy to try to teach them to share how they're feeling if you don't share how you're feeling. Why on earth would a child want to tell you how they're feeling if you never truly tell them how you feel? You know? And it's important that your children learn to share how they're feeling so that they can get help, and so that people in their life can share that experience so they don't feel alone or repress their experience. That is so important. I know a lot of parents try to hide their problems so that they can be reliable in other ways. And it's honorable to a degree, but it's also introducing a lot more problems too. Because it introduces a lack of trust and honesty. And a child begins to pick up on that. Even if they don't entirely understand it, there's an understanding that there's something that my mom is hiding from me. Why would my mom hide something from me? And if it never goes addressed, then that disconnect grows deeper and deeper. Why does my mom go into the bathroom sometimes? And then when I ask her what she's doing, she doesn't tell me. Or she said she just was going to the bathroom, but I can hear her do other things. And then that child thinks about it, and then it grows in their subconscious. Why did my mom look at a strange way at that other person? And worst of all, I always tell everything with her. How come she doesn't tell everything with me? You can imagine being a child in that situation. Over time, there'd be all these doubts that arise, and I'm sure a lot of psychologists could point to how that could be dangerous for your psychological development. Now, you don't have to be 100% honest about everything. No one does. Because too much detail is too much detail. Or you can be honest, but I mean, you don't have to share 100% of the information. You don't have to, obviously. But to some extent, I think it's important for the child to know when you're not feeling well or you're having difficulty. Because that connection is so important. Thank you, dear Dob Darker, for your heart me. Om Gham Jahnavyai Namaha. Dear Vamsaka, you ask, but if you expose your children to dangerous and harmful things, wouldn't they be more susceptible? If you're doing something harmful in front of them, absolutely. Yeah. I wouldn't recommend doing anything harmful in front of them. But I would recommend being honest about what you do. And you explain to them that it's not something that you chose to do, but, for example, a coping mechanism that you've had and that you're still learning better, healthier strategies. And then what does that teach them? It teaches them honesty. It teaches them accountability. It destigmatizes things like addiction or mental health problems. Because one day your children are going to come face to face with these things. At some point, your child is going to experience anxiety or depression, probably is going to try drugs at some point, probably is going to have an unhealthy coping mechanism. That's unavoidable. Every single human being on this planet experiences anxiety or depression or some other mental health crisis or an addiction at some point or something like that. You cannot protect your child from the inevitability of that forever. But what you can do is help destigmatize that, share your story of how you are capable yourself of transcending that limitation, how you are still learning, and how we all are in our own ways, and that you're not alone in going through that journey. And that is a beautiful gift. And thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your fast burst and 7 roses, a trio of roses, and a quintet of roses too. Where's the background music? Way too silent. Om Namah Shivaya. And dear Samra, thank you for your 14 roses. Om Kring Kali Kaye Namaha. And dear Illust Philosophy, thank you for your heartbeat. Radhe Radhe. Marlon, you ask, do I think that's what's happening with your young friend? He learned it from his parents? It's more about what we don't learn from our parents. we don't learn how to love ourselves, then that's a problem that definitely continues into the next generation. If we don't learn how to heal from trauma, if we don't learn how to ask for help, the lessons that haven't been learned yet fully by our parents, well, we certainly aren't going to come out of the womb having learned them ourselves. The worldly lessons like these. Yeah. And your friend, I know the situation without talking about it in such a way that reveals anything private. Yeah, I think there absolutely are things there that their parents have yet to learn themselves, that he is still learning. But you can always break the cycle. No matter what trauma your parents had and their parents had, you are capable of healing from it. You are able to, and by doing so, in many ways, you heal your whole ancestry. All of your ancestors, they rejoice through you when you break the cycle of generational trauma. Matty share, you can want to protect them though. Of course, it's not wrong that you want their lives to be roses, trophies. No, any parent would want that, of course. It fills you with meaning and purpose in order to be their protector, their guardian, etc. But at some point you have to protect them in ways that transcend your physicality, because there will be times where you will not be there physically. That is a fact. Therefore, how are you going to protect them in other ways than being with them more imminently? Thank you, dear Mr. Pork Taco, for your heart meat. Welcome. Hare Krishna. Marlon, you posed a hypothesis for your friend that he saw his parents and he thinks that is a good way to cope. I don't think so. I don't think anyone looks at an unhealthy coping mechanism and chooses to cope because they think it's a good idea. I don't think maybe there's a few, but for 99% of, let's say, the smokers, they know what they're doing. It's not a lack of information. They have full awareness that this is something that's unhealthy. It's not about health at that point. For many people, they don't care enough to be healthy. They just want to have some relief now because the pain that they're dealing with is so high. They can't imagine any other way. They know deep down that healthier coping mechanisms requires being in pain for the first little bit. Because the moment you put down the bottle or the cigarette or whatever it is, the pain is going to come back. The pain that you're trying to drown out or get relief from. So it's a lack of belief in oneself that they'll be able to handle that without a substance, without an unhealthy coping mechanism. They know it's unhealthy, and they know it's going to be uncomfortable otherwise. What they lack is a belief in themselves that they will be able to hold on without losing themselves. That is the problem most addicts face. So the best thing you can do for them is to ensure that they don't go through withdrawal alone. And I say addict, but in a more general sense, someone who is relying on an unhealthy coping mechanism. They're going to experience a lack of comfort during the time that they explore other options. It is ultimately up to them to take the first step. But that doesn't mean you can't be there for them in other ways. Like encourage them, have an open connection, dialogue with them, empathize with what they're going through, introduce options, alternatives for them. And that's our duty fulfilled. We can't do anything more than that. We offer the space. We give them choices. We can't choose for them. I didn't even know that was an emoji. It looks like a canoe emoji. You ask, do I know Vipassana? I am familiar with the concept. I have yet to do Vipassana myself. But it can be a very profound way of diving into a completely new reality in order to create space between an old, familiar one. I'm happy to hear that, dear Mirna. Dear Frederick, you share you're dealing with a bad breakup. Any kind words of advice? I'm sorry to hear that, dear Frederick. Know that the love you had was real. It is real. Even when you separate, it doesn't invalidate the genuine connection that you share. Right now, you are exploring your independence. And there's grief. There is heartbreak. There is pain. But it doesn't make the time you shared less meaningful. Now that things are different. You are exploring a new chapter right now. But that doesn't overrule the last chapter. When you're reading a book, it's not like when you get to the next chapter you have to rip out all the other pages and forget them like they never happened. You can love the time that you had with them. Even now that you're not together in the same way. You can be so grateful for that. And you can carry that love with them. There's no takesy-backsies for that. Someone says, I love you. That's love always with you. Whether they continue to say I love you is their choice. Whether you continue to receive it or say it back is your choice. But love is like a seed that once planted, it continues to grow. I still feel the love of all my past relationships. Even though they've come to pass, and each of us are exploring other possibilities in life right now, I'm still learning from those moments. I still cherish them, and I'm so grateful for all of my exes. And it's always hard. There's not much you can do about that. But with time, it does get better. Your heart expands, and you make room for even more. And whoever your partner was, they are so... It is such an honor that you got to love them in that way. And vice versa. But it's not the end of your heart, not the end of your journey. You're very welcome. I've had a few heartbreaks myself. I know what it's like. And it's definitely some of the most character-defining moments in our life. Radhe, Radhe. So, yes, that's right, dear Lumi. It always makes you stronger. Why is the egg physically in our heart? Asks Jennifer, so interesting. We think with our whole body, just not all at once. Your nervous system spans the whole of your body. Some of the most advanced neurological structures are up here. But that doesn't mean you do all your thinking up here. If you do all your thinking up here, then you miss out. Because there's a lot of thought that is better placed here in our emotional heart and other places. And this region is associated with fear, it's associated with love, just as our head is associated with rationality, logic, reasoning, and thinking with our tummy is associated with survival, hunger, individuality. These are points of consciousness throughout our body. Places where energy gets stuck in cycles, swirling around. Cycles coming from the ancient Greek chiklos, which comes from the ancient Sanskrit chakra. So there are various points in which our awareness cycles in the body, our head, our heart, and we call those places cycles or chiklos or chakras. And there's definitely one in the heart. We've all felt that. Hello, dear Natalia. Hello, Fiji water bottle. Well, I said I'd end the live a while ago, but there were some really important questions that were asked, and I wanted to make sure they were attended to before we end. So, now that there's a moment, it seems like some of the big questions have subsided for the moment. Oh! Maybe not. Tattvamasi, you ask. If perceptions are inputs, are emotions output, or are emotions both? That's a great question. Emotions stand at the periphery between our internal and external worlds. Because what emotions arise is not determined by us, but by our past as well as our present experience. But what we choose to do about our emotions, whether we choose to act from them or not, that is something that we have input in. Similarly, how we choose to use our emotions as input for our actions makes our actions outputs of our emotions. Because you can not choose to get angry, but you can choose to act out of that anger or not. Dear Enzo, you ask, are the people in your dreams any less real than this reality? To a Vedantin, the answer is no. However, the nature of our dream world is a little different, has a little less object permanence. You can be having a conversation with someone in your dream and then you turn around and they're a completely different person. First you're talking to Santa Claus, and then you turn around and it's no longer Santa Claus, it's, I don't know, some guy named Jim. And in your dream it just makes sense. There's less object permanence. It's part of how it works. If you associate reality with object permanence, then the waking world is a little more real. But in the waking world, things change just a little more slowly. But that doesn't mean you can't find meaning in either. Dear Karina, you share, your son said he didn't want to take you to his studio because A, who works for him, is there. Oh. I imagine that you took an interest in your son's studio because you love your son and you want to know about the things that your son loves. What your children love is an extension of your love. Makes you sad. I don't blame you for feeling sad. That is understandable. I can't claim to know what your son is thinking. I'm sure that it's easy for our mind to go to the worst conclusion possible, that maybe they're embarrassed to have you around in front of A. But it might not be that. Maybe A is a bad influence, and they don't want you to be burdened by A's presence. I don't know, I can't speak for your son, but there's lots of possibilities. If you're going to entertain them, at least consider the ones that aren't so depressing. If you're going to tell yourself stories, well, you can tell yourself horror stories or comedies or whatever it may be. Have some diversity. It's almost never the worst thing. Out of 99 fears that the mind makes, out of 100 fears the mind makes, maybe 99, maybe 1 actually are founded, and the rest are unfounded. The rest 99. It's ultimately not for us to know. But there's always 2 layers of life happening. There's what objectively happen, but then there's all the gaps that we fill in with the story that we narrate over top. And that's up to you to write in, if you want to. Think something positive about it. You might as well. But I am sorry to hear that. Yeah. I know when I've been younger, as I think most parents have experienced, their children are embarrassed by them at times. Because it's silly in the grand scheme of things. I think we all outgrow it, but there is a time where we are embarrassed by the love we get from our parents. We want to fit in with the cool people. And for some reason, it's not cool to be loved. It's like, now that I've gotten older, I think love is pretty cool, and I'm very grateful to have such loving parents. But if that's the case, anyway, it's a good thing, because it means you are loving. If you're embarrassing, it's probably because he knows you love him so much and you won't be able to hold yourself back from expressing that. So he knows he's loved deep down. And thank you, Tattvamasi, for your trio of roses. Om Namo Paramahanse Yoganande. Dear Enzo, you ask, do I breathe deeply in my stomach subconsciously regularly? At this moment in my life, yes. And I remember watching a BuzzFeed video when I was still in middle school. And in middle school, I realized through the BuzzFeed video that there was different kinds of breathing. And in the video, what they had you do is lay down on your back, and you can try this for yourself sometime. And you could put a stack of books on your chest and a stack of books on your tummy. And just breathe. And see what lifts up first. Is it the stack of books on your tummy or the stack of books on your chest? And the idea is, if your tummy doesn't move but your chest does, then you're stressed out. And if your tummy moves and your chest doesn't, then you're very relaxed. So if you want to be relaxed, tummy breathe. Tummy breathe. And so since then, I'm very grateful that I watched that video at a young age. I've been conscious of that. And every time I catch myself stressed out, I ask, am I chest breathing? Ah, I am. try to relax my gut and then I tummy breathe. And that's a great technique for somatic relaxation that you can do at any time. Well, any time that your abs don't need to be flexed, I guess. So if you're not doing a pull-up, if you're not running, if you're not sprinting, rowing, other kinds of exercises. Dear Eller Alert, you share when you're stressed out, you feel like you're forgetting to breathe. Oh yeah, that's the other option. If your tummy moves and your chest doesn't, you're relaxed. If your chest moves but your tummy doesn't, you're stressed out. If neither move, you're either really stressed out or dead. Good to have movement. Remember to breathe, please. I was recently at a movie watching Moana 2, and without spoiling it, there's a scene where the character goes underwater, which you can expect. It's a movie about the ocean. And I actually had to sit separate from my mom because there was no seats left. My mom was telling me that she was sitting next to this beautiful autistic woman, and she held her breaths during the times when the protagonist went underwater, and she was saying to herself, narrating, "She's okay. Oh, I can't breathe. I'm not gonna breathe until she breathes." And my mom said the moment that the character went above the water again, the whole group of people around her went, I think a lot of people do that. But it's funny. You are not under the water, and yet feels like you are, so you're holding your breath because you identify with the character. Well, in those moments, you can remember you are the witness. You are free from the rapids of the ocean. Draw yourself and breathe. Myrna, you share, you advised your husband to try that out a couple days ago. Breathing? Yes. You are a good partner. Recommending to breathe. No, to specifically relax the guts. It's a technique you learned in a yoga class. It's funny how often we're flexing muscles that we don't need to. You could be completely in a mundane situation that doesn't require any expenditure of your muscles, and yet your calves are flexed, your jaw's clenched, shoulders are up, your abs are clenched. It's like you're prepared for anything. But you don't have to be. You know how long it takes to flex a muscle? Less than a second. If you don't need to respond to something in less than a second, you don't need to have your muscles already flexed, just in case. It'll just keep you on edge. Linda, you share when you were young, you couldn't watch the underwater show because you couldn't breathe. Yeah, I relate to that too, actually. I think it's something a lot of children do. And adults. I don't think I thanked you for the hanging lights you sent earlier, dear Hybrid Jen. Thank you. Om Namah Karlim Ambitame Sharing Naditame Ring Devitame Aim Sarasvatyai Swaha. That mantra means salutations to the goddess of learning, knowledge, music, dance, the best of mothers, the best of rivers, the best of goddesses. Thank you, dear Liva, for your trio of roses, a finger heart and fest burst. Om Dham Namaschandraya. Thank you for asking, dear Mermander. I'm doing well tonight. Thank you. How are you? And thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your tiny Yahoo! Dear Jonathan, you ask, what made me not want to go back to a relationship? If you know and feel that's what we both need / want. For me, it's probably not as big of a difference than other people, because I have not dated many people in my life compared to those around me. I know many people that can go through many relationships in a year. I've gone through, on average, one every few years. And those relationships generally last months to a few years. So I've had a few but long relationships. So instead of me being someone who dated a lot and many people and then have taken this grand break, I have never been someone that dated a lot anyway, so it's not that big of a change for me personally. I've never been on a dating app or been looking for people to date. The times that I've had a relationship, it just kind of happens that I was friends with someone and then that relationship naturally evolved into something more intimate. So for the times that I haven't been in a relationship, I've never been looking for one. Therefore, saying that at this moment I'm not looking is not something unordinary for my life, since I've never really been one that has been looking. I just wait for them to come, and at this moment I feel happy just as I am. At this moment I don't feel like there's anything missing. I hope that answers your question. Thank you, dear Mr. Bork Taco, for your fast burst. Tiny. Your finger heart, your TikTok, your Rosa, your GG, your pair of ice cream cones, a perfume, and a fast burst and a pair of finger hearts. That's it. Om Ishana Sarva Vidyanam Ishvara Sarva Bhutanam Brahmadipati Brahmanodhipatir Brahma Shivo Mestu Sada Shiva Om. I think I missed a word in that mantra. Brahma Shivo Mestu Sa Eva Sada Shivam. Thank you, Marmander, for your fast burst. You're doing better and happy to be here. I'm happy to hear that. And there's a lot of people that have come and gone through the Sangha over the many months that we've been doing this. Over a year now, I think. Or close to a year, since I've been doing it practically daily. And I do see so much improvement in many people's lives. I think 99% of the people here, I see how they're improving in their lives. That's not to say the 1% aren't. Don't worry if you think you might be in that 1%. You're not. 1% gig, sure as doom night. No. I see lots of things improving in your life, dear Doom Knight. And I've grown too. Probably a little taller than I started a year ago. I think I had a growth spurt. But that's good. I hope so. Yeah, if I haven't been growing, I haven't been a good host. Thank you, Hybrid Jen, for another rose. Hare Krishna. And dear green eggs and fried brains, thank you for your heart meat. Om Gham Jahnavyay Namaha. I definitely will admit that when I started making spiritual videos, I did feel the pressure to be perfect, to have the answers to everything. Now I realize that I would be holding my audience back from doing so, because there is such a value in sharing the lesson of growth and learning and accountability. And I have been learning to fall in love with the process, because perfection is like death. Nothing to improve. And why have another day? Why have more possibilities open in each moment if there's nothing more to do? Amanda, you're wondering what's behind me on the couch. This is a shawl, something that you drape around you. I can actually show you a picture of, maybe I won't tell you who it is. Maybe I can have you guess. Or maybe you'll see the caption and you won't have to guess. Okay, is there a way of opening this up without showing you the name? Oh! I think he just revealed himself. I didn't realize this was a video, I thought this was a picture. Here we are. Let me put it on screen. I can zoom in for you. Who knows who this is? I should hope the lot of you. We'll also see how delayed our chat is. It's the Beatles, that's right, Zach. But which one? Which Beatle? George Harrison. You got it, Linda. First. Yeah. What he's wearing is not so different than what's behind me, but the one I have behind me is draped over the back of my couch, and I've tacked it into the wall, so I can't take it down for you. You'll see that he has a Sanskrit word written in Devanagari, and the word that's on his is Ram, which is one of the names of the divine. Now we have a different form of the divine on here. In each flower petal is Radhe. What he's wearing, Rama, is the divine masculine in one form, in the form of a role model ruler or leader. Rama is said to be the divine as the form of a king. Rama Raja. On the other hand, behind me, Radha is the form of the divine feminine in her all-loving, all-compassionate form. Like when you see a mother smother her child in kisses. That is the form of the divine feminine as Radha. The all-loving, the all-compassionate, the all-beautiful, the all-bliss-bestowing Divine Mother. You've got a good eye, dear Tattvamasi. Yes. There's other stuff written on here, like you've pointed out, Guruve Namaha, which is salutations to the Guru. And there's also Haraye Namaha, which is salutations to Hari, which can be realized as the divine masculine or feminine, depending on how you interpret it. I think Haraye, that's probably, given the fact that it's in what's called a dative form, is masculine. The Hari is also on there. We have salutations to the Guru, to Hari, divine masculine, and Radha, divine feminine. Hara is the feminine. Oh, that's right, Hari. Of course, Hari would know the answer to this. Yes, you're right. That is what's behind me. Okay, we really gotta end this thing. I have started a late live stream today, and I didn't want to go this late, but it's hard when you all have been so wonderful. It's true. Unfortunately, this means I'll probably go to bed before I can upload this live stream later, so I'll have to do that tomorrow. But yes, I do want to end this live stream. That is right, dear Ryan. George Harrison was a big devotee of Krishna, and Rama is an avatar, a descension of the divine, of Vishnu, the all-pervasive one, as is Krishna. And you are all struggling to leave too, that's right. Well, I'll make it easier. I'll be the first to hang up the phone. But before we go, we will end with a meditation. Thank you, dear Inevitable, for your trio of roses. Ram Ram. Dear Mermander, thank you for your subscription, your extended subscription. Always happy to have you here. And fish. Even in spirit. We gotta make a mantra for a cat. The only word for cat I know in Sanskrit is simha, which is lion. You could say Om Namah Simhaya, which means salutations to the lion. And Ragnhildur, thank you for your swan. Of course, we know a mantra for the swan. Hamsa Soham. Which also means I am that I am. Thank you. Yeah, Simha, instead of a B, you have an H, which is where you get the name for the Lion King. Simha in Sanskrit. Salutations to the cat. Om Marjaraye Namaha. That's right. Marjara is cat in Sanskrit. I always forget that. Om Marjaraye Namaha. That's a great mantra. We'll add it to our repertoire. Jai. Do I have a link for the shawl, dear Mermander? No, I don't. It's kind of embarrassing, but the shawl comes from an organization that I do not want to be affiliated with because there's allegations of abuse, and I would like to get a better shawl. Fortunately, the shawl doesn't have the name of the organization on it or anything like that, and it just has the name of the divine, so I feel like it's still appropriate as a background. But yes, unfortunately, I would prefer not to support the organization just because someone came forward and told me that there's a history of abuse among the members, so yeah. But there are many shawls like this you can find on Amazon, for example. You just look up shawl with the name of the divine, like Krishna shawl or Rama shawl, and you'll find many. And if anyone wants to recommend where I can get one kind of like this, I'm open to a suggestion too. But it does have a connection in my life, which is I kind of randomly found it at a thrift store, and it was on the ground. It didn't have a tag, clearly wasn't meant to be there. I think someone had thrown it on the ground and walked away. Now I think I understand why they threw it on the ground all these years later. Thank you, dear witness of beauty, for your heart me and hand hearts. Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Ryan, you shared that Shasta Devi's vehicle is a cat as well. I didn't know that. I love that. Dear Hybrid Jen, thank you for your quintet of cheer you ups. A tiny yippee, a finger heart, and a quartet of roses. Radhe Radhe. Okay, so yes, I wanted to do a meditation that was very simple, grounding. Without further ado, if you would like to find a posture or position that feels right for you, and if you want to do a meditation for the next couple minutes, this is the time to do so. tried and true position for meditation is, of course, sitting cross-legged with your back straight, head up. But if you have medical considerations, that's understandable too. The general idea is to put your body in a position that's relaxing, comfortable, but not going to put you to sleep. So I wouldn't recommend having your head supported unless you want to fall asleep. If you do, that's okay too. I'll proceed. We always start with our breath. This is true in meditation, as it is with everything in life. We took our first breath as our introduction to the world from our mother's womb. When an actor or actress goes on stage, right before they say their first line, whenever a character takes a leap of faith, take that deep breath in, they jump. No jumping necessary now, but it goes to show that everything in life begins with our breath. We will do so also, bringing our attention to the inhale first, letting it fill you up with wonderful oxygen, expansion, and exhalation next. Releasing tension, releasing energy that we no longer need. Breathe in all the sentiments you wish to feel: love, peace, relaxation, rejuvenation, healing, etc. And breathe out everything you don't need: stress, doubt, tension, guilt. Everything has their place and time. We get the system moving, flushed out through our breath. Breath is what connects us to the rest of the world. We breathe in what plants breathe out. Plants breathe in what we breathe out. The most important word for breath in Sanskrit is prana. P-R-A or P-R-double-A, I should say. Retroflex N-A, prana. It is cognate with the ancient Greek root pneumos, P-N-E-U-M-O-S, that carries over in English as a prefix for things relating to air, like pneumatics, or the longest word in English, Newman ultramicroscopic silicovolcaniconiosis. Keep breathing. That is the disease of breathing in fine silica created through volcanic processes. Very dangerous, don't recommend it. But we find the word prana even in that word. just in a different form. Prana, you will also know, is another word for the self and the divine. And in ancient Greek also, the word pneumos, nowadays the P is silent, doubles as a word for spirit, for soul. You'll find many words in our history that have to do with breath, also have to do with the life processes, or the soul or spirit. That is why we meditate on breath. That is why we meditate on breath. Breath is the movement of spirit. Breath is the spirit in action. Keep breathing. As you breathe, there's something I wanted to read to you. Keep grounding yourself in the breath. Here it is. It's called the Nasadya Sukta, an ancient poem from the Rig Veda. It's at least 3,000 years old. Translated here, it's perhaps the oldest creation story we know, and it mentions the breath. In the beginning, the non-existent was not then, nor was the existent. The earth was not, nor the firmament, nor that which is beyond. When there was nothing then, what could cover what? And where and in whose care did the waters and the bottomless deep then exist? There was no death, nor immortality then. There was no sign of night, nor of day. That one breathed without extraneous breath, with its own nature. Other than the breathful one, there was nothing beyond. Find that within you. Find the one that breathes by its own nature, without extraneous breath. The one before even nothingness itself. Let your breath guide you to that. Naturally, effortlessly, follow the breath. Make your breath long, deep, relaxed, and peaceful. Just at the speed your body wants. Rhythmic, smooth, circular, calming. beginning, there was the breath. So breath returns us to our origin. Grounds us in our source. The most important nutrient of the body, our oxygen, coursing through our veins to join with other molecules in our cells, create the unit of energy for the functioning of this whole system. And when we look back at life and all the things we've done, and we look forward into our future, all the things we're capable of doing, all of it has been an expression of breath. The Greek philosophers were right when they discovered the truth that I think, therefore I am. But perhaps an even subtler truth is that I breathe, therefore I am. There are certainly times where we needn't think, and yet we still are existent. But can you name a time where the breath was not there, and you were not? As long as the breath is here, so are we. I think, therefore I am. I breathe, therefore I am. Therefore I am with all the animals, all the plants, all the fungi, the bacterium. All of life breathes. It is perhaps our most essential quality that binds us, that grounds us in our shared communion of planet Earth. And that is the power of the breath, and why the breath is a synonym both for your true self and the divine. And we'll end with 3 conscious breaths. Thank you for meditating. That'll be the end of our meditation. And this will be the end of our Sangha too. Namaskar, dear Dia. Was it Descartes who first said, "I think, therefore I am"? Cogito ergo sum. It was René Descartes. It is surprising. 1596 to 1650 he lived. I would have intuited that it was the Greeks who pondered that. Anyway, hope that wasn't something that prevented the meditation from being too immersive. But thank you for correcting me. And thank you, Fuzziness, for your trio of roses. Soham Hamsa. Okay. So this body and mind is going to get itself to bed. I will upload the recording of this live stream and the meditation and the reading that we did too onto my Yamsox live YouTube channel. It'll have to probably wait until tomorrow. Usually I try to upload them a few hours after, but I think as a good boundary to set with myself, if I do go for a late live, I should go to bed as soon as I can after. So I'm going to try to do that, if you can understand that. Actually, today has been ASMR Sunday, and so I have another YouTube channel where these live streams are posted, along with other series that I should continue to do. That's on the Yamsox ASMR YouTube channel. But the meditation and the reading are going to be in playlists on the regular Yamsox Lives YouTube channel to keep it all in the same playlist. Thank you for being divine mirrors, dear G to infinity, and lights of your own. Oh, that's very kind of you. That makes me very happy to hear that. Good night, dear Mermander. Good night, everyone. Yeah, well said, Doom Knight. I think we've learned and unlearned many things over time. We are a species with amnesia. And I forget who first said that. Which is true. I don't remember. It is a quote. Who first said that? Graham Hancock. Yeah, I forgot. Without further ado, I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your night, or evening, or afternoon, or morning, whatever time it is for you. Thank you to my lovely moderators for helping keep the peace. Thank you to you for being here, everyone. And I hope to continue to work on myself and be a better host. And if there's any improvements that you feel like I can make to make this space more inclusive for you and others, please don't hesitate to share your ideas, your observations. May this live stream be an offering to the divinity within you. Asatoma sadgamaya tamasoma jyotirgamaya mrityorma mritangamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness to the light, from death to deathlessness. May there be peace in us. May there be peace in my hiccups. Just kidding. May there be peace in our environment. And may there be peace in the forces that act on us, like hiccups and everything else. Namaste.